Gorilla's still there. Make sure.
Okay, good morning, everybody. I'm going to go ahead and call the meeting to order of the Independent Transportation Surtax Oversight Board. Today is October 29th, 2020 at 9:30 a.m. And if we could, we'll do a roll call. Ms. Thompson?
Thank you. Alan Hooper.
Here?
Phil Allen. Phil Allen. George Cavros.
Here.
Ron Frazier.
Here.
Consuelo Kelly.
Sometimes they don't take it off mute.
Anthea Pennant. Shay Smith.
Oh, goodness.
Shay Smith.
I'm here.
Thank you. And Dr. Kelly again.
Dr. Kelly, can you check your phone is on mute?
Yeah.
Thank you.
That's what it was.
And Doug Coleman and Allison Love will both be out today. They will not be present for today's meeting.
Phil Allen is present.
Yes, thank you. I have Ms. Allen. Okay, we have a quorum.
Excellent. So there is nobody from the public online that wishes to speak, so we're going to move right to the presentations, and we'd like to call up, we're going to do a presentation on FDOT, District 4, Surtax Coordination.
I'm going to start off, Mr. Chair. I'm just going to put the agenda on the screen, let everyone know what we're going to cover today, and that we'll be taking action at the end of the meeting on last month's minutes. So the presentations that we have today are from a variety of our Surtax stakeholders. As you mentioned, we'll have the Florida Department of Transportation District 4. We have our own Director of Transportation, Mr. Walton, here to give you a transit update. Mr. Koletka will be making a presentation regarding the MPO. And then we have our federal contract lobbying firm, Thorn, that's going to be giving you kind of a variety of different scenarios that could impact Surtax funding. We'll be presenting to you our proposed federal policy positions that relate to the Surtax. And then you will also have an update from Ms. Jill Thompson, who is working on all the Surtax-related relocations and construction projects. And with that, if I could ask Nicole Khalil to come forward and to give control over to FDOT. Mr. Braun will begin his presentation.
Mr. Ron, please move your mouse around the screen so we know if you have control. I think we're waiting for you to accept. Okay, looks like you're good.
Steve, can you speak so we know that you've been unmuted?
Okay. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Perfect.
Okay. Sorry about that. Good morning, everyone. Thanks for the opportunity. I am hearing an echo, though. Is that on my end? Okay. All right. Good morning. I'm Steve Braun, the Director of Transportation Development for the Florida Department of Transportation in our District 4 office in Fort Lauderdale. as Gretchen had mentioned, I'm going to give an overview of really some of the coordination on delivering transportation projects in the region. And although it sounds cliche, right, coordination is obviously the key to success. So in my presentation, I'm going to give an overview of FDOT District 4 and our work program. Also some of the coordination efforts related to the Broward County Surtax. And then also I'll share our involvement on some key projects. So just a quick overview of District 4. The state of Florida is divided into 7 districts plus the Florida Turnpike Enterprise. Our headquarters obviously is in Tallahassee, but our district office is in Fort Lauderdale, and we cover 5 counties in southeast Florida: Broward, Palm Beach, Martin, St. Lucie, and Indian River County. Miami-Dade County is part of our District 6 office. As far as our structure, most of you may know District Secretary Jerry O'Reilly, and then he has 3 direct reports as far as directors go. Rosalind Quiros over the transportation support side, and really her focus is on the procurement, the contract, the financial side, and even the HR office. And then my group is made up of 5 main offices on the development side. We pretty much handle everything in my simple terms, pre-construction, right? So from planning, coordination on modal projects, the design office, the acquisition of right-of-way, property management, and then our program management office. And then Paul Lampley is the Director of Transportation Operations, and he covers our traffic operations office and essentially the construction and maintenance side, as well as the operations center and the materials office that we have out in Davie. So that's just kind of the lay of the land as far as District 4 goes. And within my group, transportation development, these are some of our key functions, right? We plan, so we identify needs and we plan multimodal projects in coordination with a lot of our partners. We program, so that's one of our DOT terms, really again, scheduling and funding a project. Produce, everything from, as I mentioned, planning, developing, the design, permits, and acquiring the right-of-way. And I think we also provide technical expertise, obviously, across our district, statewide, and then even to local stakeholders and partner agencies when needed. And the key to that, obviously, is the coordination, internal and external. And as I mentioned, a big part of my presentation today is really going to relate to our external coordination. I've seen some crazy graphics on our explaining our DOT work program. But this is my really oversimplistic version of just how projects are programmed. So we develop a 5-year work program, and the key steps are going from long-range planning. So whether it's from one of the partner agencies or within the department, long-range planning efforts occur. And then annually we get into prioritizing our project. And the partner agencies also prioritize theirs. And then on that annual basis, we get into what we call the work program development. Typically, regardless of the program, typically projects would line up the programming and the funding in what we call the new 5th year of the work program. In some cases, projects are advanced safety projects, other projects if there's an opportunity, and we have the capacity to handle them in an earlier year. Those could be programmed in maybe year 2, 3, or 4. But typically most projects, new projects, get programmed in the new 5th year, as we call it. So what I've shown here, really from the Broward MPO, the county, and DOT, there are various programs that I think feed into that 5th year of the work program. We're currently in that annual work program development cycle now, and part of that process is really looking at available resources, project priorities, and then trying to program and schedule those projects in that work program. So with regard to Surtax, that is one of those programs, that feeds into that funnel, I guess, on the previous slide, into the work program. So, it's understood that the Surtax initiative may indeed provide funding for improvements on the state highway system, and projects could directly or indirectly involve FDOT facilities, right? So the coordination with partner agencies is important with understanding, that these funding sources could indeed support projects on the state highway system. And the coordination, right, helps minimize impacts to the traveling public, leverages those opportunities to collaborate on some of that funding. We may have a funding source through the department. There may be a Surtax project that aligns with that, and we can collaborate on combining those, integrating them into one project. Again, minimizing impacts to the public, clearly identifying the project scope, right, and then also setting expectations on the time frame for delivering those projects. So all of that is part of the coordination. I do commend the county staff that we've been working through this cycle and obviously previous years as well on trying to find those opportunities to integrate those projects. So we've worked closely with the Surtax team and county staff on that. I think my footnote there is really my pitch to local municipalities as they're working with the Surtax team to identify a project that may align with the state highway system and coordinate early on in the process, really to look for those opportunities where those initiatives or those priorities can be integrated into active projects or planned projects. So again, encourage that coordination with DOT early in the process. Ultimately, once we receive the Surtax project application or it's working through that process, we'll conduct a multidisciplinary review of that. And then we'll regroup with the Surtax team to really look at which agency is determined to the best to deliver the project. Some of the things we'll consider is the workload, available resources to deliver the project, any opportunities for efficiency, and then any key scope or project considerations. And then obviously the implementation timeline. And that's why I go back to that initial slide there on the 5-year work program. There may be projects that can be delivered sooner than programming in that 5th year, but in some cases, the resources are only available from the DOT side in that 5th year. That's really a broad overview of the coordination. I'm going to get into a little bit more detail here on some of the specifics as far as the types of projects we would be coordinating through the Surtax project on the state highway system or within DOT right-of-way. So generally, there are 2 main categories, right? Permit projects and then FDOT managed projects. And I think I'll get into a little bit more detail on that. But a permit project is really where the county or local municipality actually delivers the project within the DOT right-of-way or on the state highway system through a permit with the FDOT. And then the DOT managed projects are projects that are Surtax projects on the state highway system. But DOT ultimately is responsible for the project management from the design all the way through construction. And then with any program, right, there are a lot of case-by-case projects and studies that we would have to look at, and a lot of details on those obviously rely on the specifics of those projects. So I'm going to cover now in those 2 main categories, the permit projects or the FDOT managed projects, a couple of key points. I don't know if I can go back. There you go. Sorry about that. So again, permit projects on the state highway system, that's delivered by the local municipality or the county. These could include improvements at an intersection or interchange of a local road with the state highway system. So perhaps it's a county road intersecting with the state road, and there are minor improvements proposed on the state highway. That may be appropriate where the county delivers that project in coordination with the department through a permit for the work within the state highway system. And generally speaking, I would say these fall into a couple of categories, but really minor type changes in the curb, but not necessarily a widening project. They don't require right-of-way, and they don't require a major environmental action, what I would call a National Environmental Policy Act, NEPA action. They could still require environmental permits, but of the minor type, I would say. So here's just a couple of those examples. So again, these are projects where the county or local municipality through the Surtax would come to the department to permit perhaps a sidewalk or a shared use path, an active traffic management or ITS type signal integration type project, street lighting project, a minor turn lane, even landscape, hardscape type project, transit improvements such as a bus shelter. And then again, I mentioned modal projects in the context of transit or a connection to some multimodal station or bus depot where that connection is being made, but that connection requires a driveway connection to the state system. That would be something that the local or the county could deliver. The next category, I would say, are a little bit more complex projects, require a little bit more work as far as the actual improvements. And our recommendation for these would be that the department manage those. Again, Surtax funding is programmed in the department work program. We identify a project manager to manage the project during the design and then ultimately the construction. So again, DOT delivering these Surtax projects, obviously contingent on the funding and the agreements related to that. But the general scope of work could include just adding work to an existing project. So for example, if the department has a resurfacing project, but there's a Surtax application or initiative to add something to that resurfacing project, that could be added to the project, and we still manage that and include that into that project. So that would be in line with my point before. That's more efficient. That has less impact to the traveling public. There's one project being delivered. It's seamless to the public. The road gets resurfaced by DOT as originally intended, and then something gets added through Surtax, and it gets constructed at once. Projects that significantly move curb lines. So this could be widening the roadway to accommodate a buffered bike lane, or something to that effect where you're actually widening the roadway for capacity improvement, and then also an interchange project. So again, add in 4 to 6 lanes or widening, or an interchange improvement that requires modifications to an interstate interchange. The department would manage those. One note there, for the department to include those projects as a standalone project, it would be the project would have to be consistent with the MPO's long-range transportation plan, and then identified in that annual list of priority projects as we program. And then, as we're seeing a little bit more cases of these case-specific projects, we're still working some details on those. But again, I think the coordination element of that upfront, if there's a project that maybe doesn't fit into those 2 previous categories I mentioned, we'll have the conversations with the municipality or the county, the Surtax team, and see what's appropriate on how to deliver those projects. And that could be anything from, as I mentioned, a transit or multimodal type project, a major transit study, or even potentially a feasibility study or planning study, something that just requires that first step to the project being delivered before we even get into design. And depending on the scope of that study, it may be appropriate for the department to handle that, or if it's more in line with the municipality or the county managing those projects. So there was a lot of material there. I probably should have paused for questions, but I'll take questions at the end. I just wanted to give some examples of the types of projects we've been able to coordinate thus far. I'm not necessarily going to go through each of these, but they fit into some of those categories I mentioned, where these are projects that the Florida DOT will be delivering that include a Surtax element that has been integrated into the project, a previously programmed project, or a brand new project. And they range from including, as I mentioned before, some of the adaptive traffic control systems into an ongoing project, or in some cases, even just funding an element of the project or the study. So again, in those cases, the contribution, I'll use that term, towards the project through the Surtax, I think created a more robust project that maybe addressed more than the initial needs that were identified. So that was really just my presentation related to the coordination on the Surtax. I just wanted to touch with this group just a couple of other key projects that FDOT is involved in the coordination with the county and other stakeholders. You know, some of these are obviously key projects for the region, for the county, for us as a key stakeholder on that too. So we appreciate the opportunity for the continued coordination on everything from the Fort Lauderdale International, the Intermodal Center, the automatic people mover at the airport seaport connector, the master plans at both the port and the airport, and then the county's transit ways study. Our role in these, as I mentioned before, could it be everything from technical advisory task force member, project advisory team, involved in the coordination with the federal agencies, providing subject matter experts, and then obviously technical reviews, depending on the specifics of the project, supporting some of the public engagement. And then as we get into funding and program and discussions too, we obviously could play a key role in delivering those projects as well. So here's an example of a project that FDOT is managing, and it's the Broward Boulevard Transit Study. Really running from State Road 7 to downtown Fort Lauderdale. And this is based on previous studies where we're now reevaluating the type of vehicle and the alignment. So really streetcar versus bus rapid transit and the alignment of that vehicle. And then also at the key intersections and key locations, at grade versus elevated. And we're working, and I mentioned before, some of the federal requirements as far as environmental approval, working through that. This project really has in that, I'll call it kickoff stage, we've had a couple of coordination meetings with stakeholders, and we'll be moving forward with this study, which I know this group will probably have a lot of interest in, and I'll be happy in the future to give a more detailed update as this project progresses. The Tri-Rail Coastal Link, also a key project for the region. We've been in conversations with Broward County. There was recent correspondence on the next steps of initiating what we call a project development environment, or PD&E study. And a lot of this relates to identifying the logical termini, or the limits of this Coastal Link study, and then the stakeholder support and the financing and the track access agreements needed. So again, an exciting project for the region, important really just to provide this commuter rail option for the region, and we're continuing to coordinate closely with the county on this. Again, I think more to come on this, but I just wanted to share that. And then finally, so this is not a Surtax project. It's not necessarily a county project. This is really funded and programmed through the DOT. It's a high priority for the Broward MPO, but it's the Southwest 10th Street Connector, an important project for the region also. It's essentially that missing link on the regional freeway and managed lanes network. And I just wanted to mention this because we are at a critical milestone, as we call it, on this project. We recently conducted a public hearing earlier this month. Actually, it was a series of 13 public meetings, virtual and in person. High-profile project, important for the region. A big dollar amount in the current DOT work program, $600, $700 million project, but it's critical to the mobility of the region. Actually, I said $800 million, just including all phases, including right-of-way, utilities, and so forth. So I just encourage this group really just to keep your eye on this project, keep engaged, and again, we are at that public hearing phase now. Actually, we're within the public comment period now after that public hearing. So important project. This would provide a connection between the Sawgrass and I-95 including connections directly to the 95 express lanes. And not to get into too much detail, but our data shows that about 51,000 trips per day use Southwest 10th Street from essentially Southwest Broward to Northeast Broward and into Palm Beach County. And this connection would really help on that freeway network and relieve congestion on the local Southwest 10th Street. Again, not a Surtax project, but I thought I would share that. And then finally, this is just an example, just showing some renderings of the concepts we're looking at on Southwest 10th Street. And again, I've mentioned coordination a few times. I'm going to leave you here with two things. One there, just a quote, right? Everyone's moving forward together, then success can take care of itself. Ironically, right, Henry Ford, not everything we do is automobile. As I mentioned in the presentation, we're involved in a lot of multimodal transit initiatives too. But I think that quote still holds true. I think it's important for us as a county to move forward on transportation through the coordination that we have and continue to have. And when I was developing this presentation, it coincided with Teen Driver Safety Week, which was last week. But I just want to put a plug out there, just my safety pitch, whatever it is, right? Look at that link on teen drivers or any safety initiative we have. It's obviously one of the department's vital few focus areas, really just safety first. So with that, I conclude my presentation and would be happy to take any questions that you may have.
Do any of our board members have questions? Okay, I have a question. Or rather, maybe just to ask you to maybe go a little more into detail on the Tri-Rail and the Bright Line and the coordination of that, and what are some of the challenges that we're running into right now, if you're able to discuss that.
Yeah, I think good question, and I mentioned before there was a recent request from the county for us to initiate this next phase of the project development and environment study. And I think in that slide that I had, there were a couple of key points there, right? One is the local stakeholder support of the project. I think that's going to be important, understanding what the expectations are as far as providing that commuter rail service. And then the access agreement, utilizing that rail corridor for commuter rail. And then the financing plan. How do we actually deliver this project through whatever partnership is needed, right? Mm-hmm. So I think those were to answer your question, I think some of the key points at this point, before we move ahead, I do know that the county has been in discussions with Brightline on trying to address some of those points, and I think specifically the last two bullets there, the financing, the responsibilities, and then also the access agreement regarding the railroad right-of-way. And I'm not sure if someone from the county wants to add to that, or maybe they're covering that later in the presentation.
Chris, do you want to add to it? Chris is going to add a little bit to it.
Morning. The county has been in discussions with Brightline off and on for a number of years, but the discussions have ramped up significantly in the last, I would say, 3-4 months. We have been working very closely with Miami-Dade County, who is they're very close to signing a deal with Brightline in terms of operating from what they call Miami Central up to Aventura. Mm-hmm. The discussions that we have had with Brightline would take the service from Aventura at a minimum up to our airport. The major issue, as Steve indicated, is that how do you get over the river? And there has to be a bridge to get over the river so that we can service the entirety of Broward County. So our discussions have been kind of a two-phase discussion in that understanding, what's it going to take to get to our airport, and there are a number of things that, from the airport and the seaport perspective, had to be resolved then or around that. And then how do we take it from the airport all the way up to Deerfield? So financial discussions in terms of what it's going to cost for the county to access the track, what the cost of rolling stock would be, the operations cost, and other infrastructure costs in terms of adding trackage, because the current track could not accommodate the additional passenger service. So there would have to be additional track laid and more what we call lay-bys, where, you know, when you've got two tracks in the train, so I have to go into lay-by. So infrastructure costs, access costs, capital costs, all those things are being discussed.
Right.
And, as well, as identifying and locating and paying for stations along the corridor.
Yeah, I think
Big
that,
point.
you know, just from my perspective, I think, especially for someone who's in the business of increasing the value of neighborhoods, and I think that the station part is probably a little easier than the bridge part of it, you know, because there's more hair on the bridge. But I know that I have heard the mayor of Fort Lauderdale speak in the past, and his biggest concern is just that we be careful not to separate two sides of a city and create a barrier between them. And I think that comes with good design, architecturally, you know, engineering design, and so it's visually pleasant. And so I think that if we can all get on the same page, this is going to be something that, if the county or the partners have to put up financing in order to help get it through, I look at it as an economic development approach to things. I think it increases the value of everything along the way. And it ties into what you're doing on State Road 7. You know, people complain about Broward Boulevard, that as an entrance into a downtown, it just doesn't present itself well. And if you go into Miami or to Palm Beach, it just looks better. But those two cities are right next to I-95. We have to cut down a local street essentially. And I think that State Road 7 light rail into downtown will create opportunities for redevelopment from those 2 points. And at that intersection, that it'll change almost immediately. You'll start seeing investment happening, and it'll make that street a really pleasant one. And and I like the idea that we're not on I-95. I like the idea that our county seat and our city downtown is kind of boutique and separated from the I-95 corridor. But all these things that we're doing are so important, and we have to get a lot of support for what Chris is doing. But yeah, so we're talking about financing, and we're talking about the bridge and track access, right?
Right, and, well, when you say financing, that includes infrastructure and O&M costs, yes.
And do we think that these are things that we're working through? And that's the question either for you or for Steve.
No, I think so. I think the possibility does exist. Again, you know, we're working off of the framework of what Miami-Dade has done, and they're pretty close. We've got some special considerations that they don't have, some traffic concerns that they don't have, but I honestly believe it's doable, and I think it will get done. There's enough
Right.
interest, I think, by all parties to make it happen.
Right. Again, I just want to say that this is one of those key components that if we get it done, it's a game changer. It really is. And I'm glad that we're using such good vision to take it on. And, you know, and it's almost like a private-public partnership. You got Brightline, you got the county, FDOT, everybody's at the table, and we've just got to work together to get through it. I'm hopeful that it happens.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is, a private-public partnership, because at some point we would hope to attract some federal funds to the project, because it'd be difficult to build a bridge of that magnitude
right.
without federal funding.
Right. Thank you. Are there any other questions for Steve? I'll make one more point. I think that Sawgrass project that you guys are doing is huge too. and I'm glad you're doing it, and I can't wait for the connection to be seamless between I-95 and the Sawgrass Expressway. I think it's awesome.
Thank you. Yeah, I think that connection's key, but we've been working closely with the city of Deerfield Beach on what I'll call the local 10th Street. Still trying to keep that, you mentioned it, a little bit more of a local flair, a shared use path, keep the traffic low on local 10th Street, while the through movement is on that connector. So we've been working very closely with the city on really that local element of the project as well.
Awesome.
But it is key to the region. Thank you.
Anybody else? Okay, thank you very much, Steve. We really appreciate your presentation.
Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity. And my contact information was on that last slide if anyone wants to reach out to me for anything else. So, thanks.
Okay, we'll go to the next presentation. Oh, somebody.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir. Is that Phil?
it's Phil Allen.
Go ahead.
You hear me?
Sure do. Go right ahead.
For Steve's way, the other end of progress at 595, Pike Authority, Pike follow the same planning process as the other projects?
Phil, there's something wrong with your connection, so I'm not sure. Steve, did you understand Phil's question?
I also had trouble hearing. What I did hear was something about the connection of Sawgrass at 595, if there's a planning study for that, if I understood it correctly.
And whether that followed the same planning process for the Turnpike Authority relative to other FDOT projects.
And I apologize. Are you asking specifically if there's a future project or the Turnpike project that they're actively studying on the Sawgrass Expressway? Was it related to the connection to 595 or the Sawgrass project? I'm sorry, I had trouble hearing. But I'll take a stab at it.
Hello?
Go ahead.
Is that better now? I'm sorry.
Yes, much better.
The question really deals with the Turnpike Authority, and does it follow the same planning process as the other FDOT projects?
In general, I would say yes. Right, they still identify long-range planning needs through the Turnpike. Their funding source, right, is heavily driven, obviously, on tolls. So their funding plan is a lot different to the district. But as far as planning and then the project development process is very similar on that end of it. They have interaction, I think, through, I mentioned some of those programs that go into the work program, but since primarily their work is on the Turnpike, there's probably less or fewer projects that come through a local program onto the Turnpike, but there are cases, obviously, where there is a Turnpike connection to a local facility and so forth. But generally, their process follows ours with, I think, some of those nuances, I think, that are different. Primarily, and it's probably not much of it's not quite a nuance. The funding and the program is a lot different, but generally, they build a 5-year work program for the Turnpike similar to the district.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, this is Ron Frazier. I have a question.
Sure, go ahead, Mr. Frazier.
Will this study be utilizing Surtax funds? That's one, or some Surtax funds from the transportation. And two, will the intermodal people contribute any money towards this study?
So as far as the Southwest 10th Street project, that is not a Surtax project. So that's a DOT-led project, DOT funding. We're actually utilizing funding from our statewide strategic intermodal system program, which focuses on those type of key connections. So to answer your question, there is no Surtax element. sorry for the confusion if I added it into the presentation. I just know it's an important project for the region. I just wanted to mention it, but it's not related to the Surtax, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Thanks again, Steve, and we look forward to hearing more about the progress later. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So we're going to welcome Chris Walton up to the podium, and he's going to make a presentation.
Good morning again. I want to talk to you about what we're doing at BCT with the Surtax dollars. We'll touch a little bit on some of our other projects that are non-Surtax, but I want to talk about the impacts of COVID-19. It has had a significant impact on us. I want to talk about what we plan to do when we come out of the pandemic with some of our technological projects. And then we'll talk about some of the planning efforts that will be more long-term. And then we'll talk a bit about some of our major construction projects that are either planning or in process, and talk about some additional funding sources other than Surtax only. And so in terms of our current bus service, we are currently operating what we call a modified weekday or an adjusted weekday schedule. Pre-pandemic, we're currently operating about 75% of the scheduled hours, because what happened during the height of the pandemic, our ridership dropped from approximately 100,000 weekday down to about 25,000 weekday. And our paratransit ridership actually dropped down to about 20%. That they've rebounded. Again, we're now back up to about 60% on our fixed route, and our paratransit is still around 35%. So what we have done, and really what has been done nationwide in public transit, is fares have been suspended, and we, just like most other systems around the country, use rear door entry and exit only to protect our bus operators. We also implemented a no more than 50% load on all of our vehicles to make sure that we could maintain social distancing, and we require all of our riders to wear masks, and we make sure all of our employees have all of the PPE that they need to operate safely. One of the things that we're doing is we're placing or building bus operator partitions. These are safety doors that actually enclose the driver's area into a cockpit with sliding glass that will further protect them from let's say viruses or whatever they might need to be protected from in the air. But this is something that is almost an unfortunate kind of situation, but we're seeing it more and more across transit properties in the country, really just to protect the operators from not only viruses but from other sorts of physical attacks. We are probably a third away installing those in our fleet right now, and we hope to get that done sometime either late this year or early next year. One of the other things we did was we installed air ionizers on our entire fleet. And what they are units that we placed in the air system to improve air quality. And the air in a bus is actually moved about once every 60 seconds. You replace the entire air in the bus once every 60 seconds. So we place these ionizers into the air system so that all the air that's circulated in the bus must come through the ionizer. And it's advertised to kill 99% of all viruses and airborne microbes. So our service plans have had significant changes as a result of the pandemic, because we don't anticipate that our ridership is going to get back to our previous levels for quite some time, to be perfectly honest. Initially, when Surtax passed, in 19, we planned a 10% service increase, and we implemented that increase. We also had another 10% service increase planned for 20, but when the pandemic hit, it really made no sense to do this, so we backed off of that. We don't have any service increases planned for 20 or 21, And we're anticipating 3% increases in 23, 24, and 25. And, you know, being perfectly honest, it's still an unknown, you know, something that as an industry, you know, across the country, we're taking a look and everybody's wondering how we're going to attract our ridership back. We're seeing as the county opens up, our ridership is growing, but because of changes in mobility, changes in work situations, a lot more people working from home, we just don't know what our ridership will look like over the next few years. So we're projecting that we would need to, in years 23 and 25, a 3% increase in each year. But we're also looking at additional strategies to attract passengers post-pandemic. Some of those strategies include what we call a microtransit program. And it's kind of an offshoot of our community shuttle program. But a microtransit pilot, which we're actually planning to implement in 3 of our smaller communities, Hillsborough Beach, West Park, and the Municipal Services District. Basically, the idea behind microtransit, as opposed to, you know, a passenger going to a bus stop and waiting for the bus. The bus actually comes to the passenger using a phone or a telephone. It's a scheduled service. We've seen that in use in a couple of transit properties across the country, and those are starting to be a bit more popular. One of the things we've always wanted to do here at Broward is we recognize that we've got businesses that operate 24 hours, and we've never been able to service all of the clientele in the county. Our service typically ends about 12:45. And we know that there are people who are getting off work after 12:45 who need to get to work at 12:45. So we're planning to implement what's called a late night service that would operate from 11 to 5. And we're actually surveying right now healthcare, entertainment, and some of the other facilities around the country to ascertain what level of service and how we'd actually implement this service. But it would also be a demand response service. And again, right now, that is something that we plan to implement post-pandemic. We are in the process of purchasing 12 40-foot electric buses. This was a combination of FTA and low-no formula funds. These are purchases that we've had in planning for quite some time, actually even before the surtax. So we programmed federal funds for those. Going forward, we will be, as we prove these buses out, we will be using surtax funds to buy these buses. But this is a program that we're really excited about. We plan to buy the 12 and implement it. They should be here in May, June.
If somebody has their, they don't have their mute button pushed, please push your mute button. We're hearing some background noise. Thank you.
Yeah, the buses will arrive in May, June of next year. And our plan is to implement an entire electric corridor on Broward Boulevard. We'll pull off all of our diesel buses off of Broward, and we will electrify that corridor. Now, the buses are the easy part. Anybody can buy the electric bus. It's the actual infrastructure to accommodate those buses that are the difficulty, but we're well in process of implementing the infrastructure at our facilities. We will also implement what we call opportunity or on-route charging at the ends of the lines, being our downtown terminal and someplace out near Sunrise, point to be determined at this point. But the issue with electric buses is they never really had the range of diesel. So you have to be able to charge them while they're en route. So on a bus layover, let's say when it gets to the end of the line, if you got 10, 15 minutes, you can charge it and it'll give you another couple hours of charge. So for all of our facilities that are being built new or being rehabilitated, we're building them with electric charging infrastructure. We've got a $2.2 million FTA grant for infrastructure that's being used at Ravenswood, which is our southern facility in Dania Beach. Our Copen's bus facility in Pompano is one that you helped fund for us. It's a $60 million project. We'll be using, I think, about $43 million of Surtax funds. And basically what we're going to do there, and I'll talk about a little more detail later, but we're going to rehab that entire facility. We've actually demolished 2 buildings already. We're going to build a training center. We're going to build a parking structure for our employees. And we're going to completely rehabilitate the maintenance facility to accommodate electric vehicles and cars. Also, our Miramar park and ride, which is funded by the county and the state, is being built to accommodate electric vehicles and charging for electric cars. So again, once we get these 12 buses, we put them on Broward Boulevard, and once, after a year or so, after we're confident that they can handle our environment and that they prove their range, because the issue again, if we can't have buses that don't meet our range, because otherwise we are buying more buses than the FDOT actually allows us to have. And then the operating cost goes way up. So we need to demonstrate that these buses can actually give us what we call a 1-for-1 replacement. Mobile ticketing. It's a program that we actually implemented in July of 19. We started out with our express services, and we had about 65 to 70% penetration on our ridership with the express buses, where they would buy their tickets on their phone and just hold it to the reader on the fare box. And it was received quite well. We were starting to see it used out in our regular service as well, just before the pandemic hit. So we have, when we come back charging fares, and it's one of the issues that we plan to promote because of the safety of it. You won't have to touch anything. You just buy your ticket on your phone and you hold it up to our scanner. We've also come to an agreement with Miami-Dade Transit, where we will also be able to buy their tickets on our phones, on our app, and they'll be able to do the same with ours, so that it will be oblivious to the passenger. It won't matter, if they start their ride in Miami and need to transfer to Broward, they'll just use electronics. We're also in discussions with Palm Beach County. They don't have the technology yet, but they're buying the exact same technology that we have, so that when they come on board, it'll be a very simple transition for them to just join our system. Tri-Rail is a bit more difficult because of their zone fares. They don't have a standard fare. Their zone-based fares vary depending on your length of ride, so we're still working out how we will implement them, but we've got some ideas how to make that work. Should also mention our friends at the MPO. They actually assisted us and they actually provided a grant to do this for both us and Palm Beach County. We have 2 studies that we're really excited about, and this one is our transit systems plan. Basically what it is, it's a plan that will study all the high capacity corridors in Broward County, and it'll make a determination whether there should be bus rapid transit or whether there should be some form of rail. And then it is going to rank them in terms of how they would qualify for federal funding based on all of the parameters that you would need to rank a federal project. And then it will take that highest ranked rail corridor and that highest ranked BRT project and build it out to, design it to, I'm sorry, didn't mean to say build, it'll design it out to 30%. And then we'll hand it off to for completion. So we're really excited about that. We do have thoughts about where we think rail and BRT should go, but we need to have that validated by these studies. And I'm very happy to say that we should be taking this contract to our board within the next 30 to 45 days for approval. And I'm also very happy to say that we had 6 respondents to this solicitation, and each one of them either met or exceeded our 30% goal for small business participation. Same thing for our general planning consultant. You approved this for us a while ago. We hope to award this in the next, I would say 30 to 60 days. And it also has a 30% small business component that the selected vendor, I think, exceeded. And some of the studies that we want to undertake are, we're going to take a look at what would happen to our system if we had no fares. If we just offered public transit for free. what would it do? We know that it would, we'd see improved ridership, which is our objective. We know there are some cost issues that need to be dealt with, but it's being implemented in a few places around the country. It's being studied in a number of other places, and it's something that we'll take a look at whether if we could do it free or if we could do it at some reduced cost just to get our ridership up. But again, with the fact that the surtax exists, it allows us to even consider doing this kind of thing, because our objective here is to move as many people as we can. And again, with the addition of the surtax from the operating perspective, it allows us to even, not to say that we would do this, but it allows us to even have that opportunity to consider to do something like this. And we will also, study other transit technologies, mobility as a service, autonomous vehicles, things of that nature. Okay, some of our major project updates. Again, I mentioned the Copens Road facility. It's a $61 million project. Surtax funding will contribute $43 million. It's renovation, it's construction of a new facility, a new parking structure, paint booths, security improvements, and a 400-space employee parking garage. Our Lauderhill Mall Transit Center. This one's been on the books for quite a while. This is federally funded with a portion of state funding. But it is going to be an outstanding facility that's being constructed at the Lauderhill. It will replace an existing facility at the Lauderhill Mall. And we anticipate that it will open in April of next year. The Miramar Parking Ride, again, it's another project that is in partnership with the Florida Department of Transportation. They did the design work, and they're actually managing the construction, but we funded it primarily. There is some funding from the state, but it's primarily funded by the county. What that is a new 500-space parking ride lot in the city of Miramar, which is where the hub of our ridership comes from for our express services to Miami. Right now, we're operating out of 2 different locations in Miramar. We had thought initially that when we built this, we'd be able to consolidate those 2 locations. But pre-pandemic, the ridership had grown so much, we'd actually made the agreement that we would continue to operate out of one of them, and we would use this one as well. So we'll continue to have 2. I fully anticipate at some point in the future, our ridership will go back to the point where we will need to utilize both of these facilities fully. In our last budget request, you approved money for a 3rd operating facility. Our 30-year plan calls for our fleet to grow from 356 buses, is what it was in 2018, to 620 at the end of the program. To do that, we would need to build and operate out of another facility, because we're at 90% capacity at our northern facility and 100% capacity at our southern facility right now. So our growth will be stunted if we don't acquire land and build another facility. So we're actually actively searching for land to build another operating facility, as well as other projects for what we call our neighborhood transit centers, such as I showed you on the Lauderhill Mall. We've got a couple other projects in the hopper that we would hope to have some news for you very soon. I want to talk to you very briefly about funding and the leveraging that has been made available, primarily because of the surtax. We don't depend solely on the money that we get from ad valorem and the surtax to build and operate. We look for funding wherever we can find it. And we've found that in recent years, right at the top of this list is at $17.3 million that we were given. That was one of the largest grants given out that year for the FTA for this project. In fact, it was the largest. And I am confident that one of the primary reasons that we were afforded this grant, or we were given this grant, was the surtax. Because what the federal government looks for is they look for your ability to operate what you're going to build and to put money into the game. And we were able to, because of the surtax, tell them what we wanted to do with this project and provide what's called an overmatch, indicating to them that we had the money. If you give us the 17 million, we have the money to do the rest of this project. And that meant a lot for us getting this project. So going forward, you will see that when we get into the much larger projects, the fact that the surtax is there gives us a leg up on most transit properties across the country, because if you talk to most of my counterparts about what is their major concern, they're going to tell you it's funding. I'm very happy that I don't have to say that anymore. It's a game changer. So
We used to say that at the TMA all the time. Dedicated funding source is the key, and we have it now, right?
yeah, I've been saying it for 20 years. So it is truly a game changer. I mean, it makes life so much better. But again, we have we apply for other funding sources. You can see some of the other source or the grants that we've gotten. We work very, very well with the state of Florida. They have been a great partner in terms of partnering with us on some of our operating and construction. What you may not be aware of is that our express services are funded by the state. They buy the buses and they pay the operating in the capital. So that is completely funded by the state. One grant that I had mentioned earlier that I neglected to put on here was our mobile ticketing grant. We got a $3.5 million grant from the MPO to assist us with that. But you should know that when you're talking about these federal grants, again, the surtax is great to have there, but as a designated recipient, was termed a designated recipient of the region, we applied directly to the federal government for these grants, as most transit properties do, and we're in competition for these grants. And it just works out so much better for us now that, again, just to reiterate that the fact that we have the dollars to support any project that we want to build. When we go to the federal government directly, they now know that, in the past when we were asking for money, we would get, the $2 or $3 million for the low no, but when we got to 17.3, it was clearly a signal to us that they knew that we were a significant player in the region, and that they actually encourage us to bring projects to them. So when we start moving into our larger capital projects such as rail, I believe we'll get a lot of federal support. Okay, and that wraps up the presentation. If there's any questions, I'd be happy to try to address them for you.
Okay, this is the most exciting stuff, folks, so you should have questions. Do we have any board members that have questions?
Well, I'd like to say something.
Go right ahead.
Well, I have 4 points. First, I wanted to say, as a frequent paratransit rider, I really appreciate the accommodations that the transit system has made for the pandemic. I mean, I feel very safe traveling with paratransit, and I use it for work and medical and all kinds of running around the county. So it feels very safe, and I really appreciate that. Plus, having the fares suspended doesn't hurt either. But it's very exciting to hear about the projects in Broward. And I agree, 3 cheers for a dedicated funding source. It makes a huge difference. And the last thing I had was, I was just curious about, you mentioned doing a study about what having a fare-free transit system in the county would do for ridership. And I think that's really exciting. And I was just wondering, you said there was being done in other places in the country, like what city?
I know that Kansas City is actually operating that way now, and Los Angeles Metro is considering fare-free. They're considering a number of options. One of the things, they're looking at totally fare-free, and they're also looking at congestion pricing. One of the things that I don't think we're at that point yet, but Kansas City, LA, And there are a couple much smaller entities. We would be probably the largest, what I would term mid-sized system that would consider this at this point.
For a point of reference, can you tell us how much fare makes up for total cost? Like, what's the percentage of fare versus cost?
What we, in our industry, what we call, that is termed fare box recovery rate, and that's basically the percentage of the operating revenues that come out of the fare box. We have been historically one of the highest in the nation, and we're right now at about 26%. Years ago, we were much higher. The reason we were much higher is that, number one, our ridership was higher, and our fleet was smaller, so we had more passengers per hour. As we've grown the system with the addition of the buses that, some were provided by Surtax, we've been able to reduce those crowds. Operating costs have gone up, but the return ratio has gone down. So typically around the country, you're probably seeing, depending on how systems operate, but the 20 to 22%. I think if you look at just bus only, I think Palm Train is about 14-15%, and we're higher than Miami-Dade as well. But which indicates to me that we're operating very efficiently.
And it also indicates that your idea is not like you're asking for 100% of the fare is covering 100% of the cost, and that this would be a super expensive move. It would be an expensive move, but there's ways to figure it out, either through resident permits or stuff like that, where maybe visitors still pay for fares, but it's just a way to make it to increase ridership and to make it more affordable for people that need it, right?
Increase ridership, and again, the objective is to get cars off the road. If we could increase our, right now, maybe less than 2% of people are using transit as if we could get that up to 5%, it would make a significant improvement on our roads. So yes, it would cost us more on one side, and the paratransit issue. We couldn't just, when you talk about free fare, you're talking free fare for the entire system, paratransit, if we build rail, the entire system. So yeah, those costs would have to be covered somehow. But you also benefit on the other side because of the congestion mitigation, the air quality improvements. So yeah, and there will be ways, we need to figure out some ways to kind of offset those costs.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, go right ahead.
First, just a couple of comments. First, thank you for making sure the 30% is being satisfied across the board. And this is not necessarily a question for you, but it's something that I've been contemplating, and it's just with respect to everything related to transportation. I know because of the pandemic, I think that we're going to see some corporate changes across the board where companies are deciding to have a certain percentage of their staff work from home. Mm-hmm. So I think I'm curious to know if anybody is doing any studies to just kind of extrapolate some data that would speak to number of cars on the roads, as that's a primary goal. So I think we're going to see some companies just making that move. Is there anything being done to get an assessment of where we could be post-pandemic?
I could probably get the information for you from our traffic people if they're looking at those types of projections. From the transportation side, from a national perspective, we do recognize that yes, there will be more telework, and depending on the community, most of our ridership is what we term a captive ridership. That really don't have other options. Some of our services, in terms of the express services, those are what we call choice riders. Those are the ones that more than likely we would lose, or some percentage of them we would lose, that would do the telework because they have those options. A lot of our ridership, has to actually physically get up and go to work. But at this point, it's all conjecture because it's all new to us. I mean, I'm guessing just like everybody else across the country is. We just don't know. At this point, we just don't know.
Yeah, we've been in discussions with a very large office developer in worldwide, and they are on top of it. And they're guessing that it'll go from, say, 4 people per 1,000 square feet in office space to a lower number, maybe 3 people per office, so that the spaces will get more generous, and that there will be a certain schedule of less employees coming every single day. But they're saying the same thing that Chris just said. Right now, it's just a guess. We'll have to see how it shakes out in a year or 2 years. But that's the way office space will be planning in the future, is potentially a lighter load, you know?
Which is what I suspect. And so I just was curious to know whether or not, anybody's looking at that at all.
Well, Ms.
Right.
Bennett, we can certainly ask our public works and traffic engineering folks, maybe 6, 7 months from now, when, things have stabilized a bit, if they have that kind of data, and bring it back to you, so that you can see the trends over time.
Because I know even just, where I work, people are, they're looking at that, how many employees are going to come in. And so there may be more conversations going on, especially with some of our larger employers. And I didn't know whether or not the county is trying to assess that information.
Don't leave.
Oh, okay.
Because I'm gonna let the others ask questions, but I have a lot of things.
Oh, okay. All right.
You're feeding me, stuff I like. So are there other board members that have questions?
Mr. Chair, I've got a comment and a question, so if that's okay.
Certainly.
So it's interesting. It kind of ties in a little bit to what you guys are talking about. I mean, one thing is that this makes me think of, first off, thank you for the great presentation. I'm happy to see all of these improvements. It's great. And, one thing is, I think we have an image issue. I mean, we're going from an underfunded and underused system to a system we really want to see perceived, or we want to be perceived in a different way. And as Chris mentioned, these choice riders, we need to capitalize on increasing those. And I think in terms of population and where we're headed down here, there's a lot of dynamics that add to this idea that maybe there'll be less people in offices. And one of those is that there's more people, I believe, coming here and that will be coming here. One reason for that is the change in the tax code in 2018. And then even people that are going into the winter months now are saying, you know what, I can't eat outdoors anymore. Maybe I'll have a domicile down in South Florida. I think that's what's keeping our real estate where it is. So it's just kind of interesting when you think about it. We need these systems, in my opinion, more than ever. And I just want to make sure that, as we're pushing along with these innovative systems, we're really thinking about the rider base and how do we pivot our, PR campaigns and our image kind of makeover for our system, at the same time to make sure we have that ridership long term.
Yeah, well, I agree. And, when we talk about at Transit is building a world-class transportation system. And we take a look at the best in North America. And we try to poach and model ourselves after, some of the systems that are the constant award winners, annually. And that opportunity does present itself to us now. So you're absolutely right in terms of, you always want to increase your ridership. You always want to be the option of choice. And when you go to other cities, you see people get on buses with briefcases, and you get professional. And we do it. Don't get me wrong. We do have some of that, just not enough. I agree with you in terms of the population growth in the county, and I think that's why the high capacity study is going to be so important, because we need systems that are going to move people quickly through our streets. And our high capacity, such as rail and BRT, will do just that. People will ride public transit if it is safe, if it is clean, and if it is competitive in terms of travel time with the car. So we know that we're clean. We're working with the county and the sheriff's office to do some things to make it more safe. We need to improve our travel times. We can do that with the growth in services and with providing other systems that actually move people faster. Because I really believe the fastest ridership segment that we had growing was our express services. And that was because people they could ride the bus, they could park their cars, they could save all of the wear and tear on their vehicles. I mean, if I had people tell me that their insurance rates had gone down, they could actually start working on before they get to work because our buses are all equipped with Wi-Fi. And the travel time, I mean, there was less stress, and the travel time was competitive with the car. So, I mean, there are tons of advantages. So if we can offer that for a larger number of people, again, with our high-capacity rail systems, I think we'll be a magnet for all classes of riders.
You know, when you talk about, because I think Shay was kind of alluding to marketing, you know, it's been, gosh, has it almost been 2 years? It's been 2 years, almost. So when we approve the surtax countywide, it takes time to mobilize your efforts, and planning and design takes, on any project, a year to 2 years minimum, okay? And now we're seeing through your presentation the possibilities. We're seeing the benefits of dedicated funding that spurs on more funding. It's like, if you got a buck, it's almost like the bank. You know how as we're getting older, we're like, when you're young, you're like, they won't lend me any money, but I need money, right? You got to have money in the bank to get someone to lend me money. Well, now we've got money and we can get more money, okay?
Absolutely.
So we're like this mature county now because we've done this, and financially, and then all the possibilities, putting light rail on corridors, and then what's the collateral benefit to that? Well, affordable housing, okay? Putting homes, developing homes, and apartments that are along these corridors that get people to work, possibly free of charge. So now you're not paying for your car as much, or at all. You're getting to work. You're on a revitalized neighborhood. Like the neighborhood, those corridors are gonna get redeveloped and they're gonna look nicer. So there's more collateral benefit. There's so much that comes with this component to public investment that we just don't even know yet. And we talk about COVID and things that are going to happen over the next 2 years, but this is a 30-year plan. This is the big picture. And over time, we're going to see even more collateral benefits that we didn't even know were going to happen. So I think at this moment in time, because we're stepping into the marketing side of it, I think at this moment in time, we could almost take what Chris just presented to us and start getting it out there, because there's some really exciting stuff that's coming. And like, for instance, the Lauderhill Mall, that's happening now,
Yes.
right?
Mm-hmm.
You look at that, it looks super modern, super cutting edge. It's benefiting the community that it's going to be in. And it also lifts the bar for other things to come in the future. And it makes people look at that neighborhood and say, hey, there's really positive stuff happening here. So I just think things like that, we've got to really promote toot the horn, and say, hey, this is what the possibility is. And then that answers a lot of the questions that Shay's talking about, where folks need to know that this stuff is coming. So on a marketing side, if we can start pushing, yeah, go right ahead, Gretchen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And to Shay's point as well, that's one of the reasons why we're doing the big showcase and the media event that we've talked to you all about, and why we've invited Chris to bring one of the electric vehicles and some of the new over-the-road coaches, or whatever, paratransit vehicles, whatever you can spare that day, to really show off what we're doing in the transit area and really in every line of business that the Surtax is touching. We get lots of media traction on that.
So I have another question. So on that micro-transit thing, where some of it is during the day and some of it is for like the late night users,
Right.
and, because that's one that you got to get your arms around, and either maybe there's a model somewhere that we can copy, and sometimes, I'm not big on this, okay, I never have been, but sometimes you got to weigh out the operation and say, well, maybe a private facility can do that, like the Ubers and the Lyfts of the world, if we were willing to give a pass or pay for a pass, that those employees that are going to the hospital or to different places could, and I know that might be something that we don't want to hear.
No.
But,
No.
But, that
No.
also could be a solution.
That is the plan exactly. Those will be competitively bid. We will put that out because there are providers in the market that do that.
Right.
I think Fort Lauderdale had, I forget what they call it, little golf cart kind
The
of thing.
go something,
Yeah, the freebie.
freebie.
We can't use that because, we would have to have vehicles that meet federal motor vehicle safety standards.
Right.
So we built that into our solicitation. But you're absolutely right. We don't need to operate that. We put that out to the market, we get a good competitive price.
Right.
And we push it out.
Oh, that's great.
I mean, our paratransit service is like that now. We don't operate that directly. We have contractors to
I
do that.
gotcha. And then also on the light rail, you're talking about these battery-operated buses, which, you're already seeing it. There's pickup trucks that are coming out now that are 350-mile range, which I'm going to be buying as soon as one that I like comes along. But I feel like battery technology is getting better by the minute practically. And at some point, you're going to find that the buses you're not going to worry about it anymore. They're just going to go from point A to point B, and you won't lose any time, and you'll plug them in for 15 minutes, and it'll pick up another hour to 2 hours. What about light rail? Is that going to potentially be battery operated? And then all those curmudgeons that were screaming about overhead what are they called? Catenary lines, and we don't want more lines in the sky. So tell me about what your thoughts are on that with the batteries and potential light rail.
That technology is coming. Even back when we were talking about the WAVE project, manufacturers are developing batteries that could actually move the vehicle off catenary for longer and longer distances. That is still being developed, and those distances, there's nothing independent at this point of catenary with that battery technology. But there's a technology called supercapacitors, meaning that you put the supercaps in the vehicles, and when they stop to load, they charge real fast, but they discharge very fast. So every time they stop, they're charging, and then they discharge. So that technology is there.
Wow.
But probably the most exciting technology is the, trying to think, it's actually a German technology. It's a hybrid form, it's hydrogen, where, and we're running hydrogen buses now across the country, but now it's been adopted to trains. There's a hydrogen train running now that basically has hydrogen tanks with one battery, and the hydrogen tanks charge the battery which drive the vehicle.
Wow.
So we're seeing train technology using hydrogen with one battery that's driving the vehicle, so that eliminates the need for catenary.
Wow.
Now, again, using federal funds, we're restricted to using technology that is American-made. If we were to not use federal funds, we could buy whatever we wanted. But if we want FTA participation, we got to buy, just buy American technology. But the technology is coming. There's also technology out there that actually, and this is in France and a couple other places, where you actually just power the segment of track where the train is moving. It's powered underneath. So as opposed to what's called a third rail that you have on regular trains, it's just power from underneath. And as the bus moves over each segment, it just powers that segment. So it's safe to walk across.
Oh, wow, cool.
But as a train, not bus.
That's amazing.
As the train moves forward, it's just powering each segment along the line. That exists now.
Wow, that's amazing. Well, you've answered all my questions. I really appreciate it. Are there other questions from
Can
the
I-
board? Yes.
Yeah.
Ms.
Can I-
Kelly?
Can I just say just a quick thing. This is, for me, the most fun board meeting I've attended so far. Because listening to this discussion is exactly the way I look at and live in and love life in Broward County. And I've been working on transformational stuff with the elections office situation, trying to transform Broward into not being a national disgrace as far as elections go, right? But listening to this today, I just feel like it's so wonderful to be in Broward at a keystone time for transformation and transportation, getting people around to enjoy everything that Broward has to offer. And I feel that we're really lucky really fortunate to have such a learned visionary in Chris Walton. So thank you for the presentation and just for the transformational excitement today.
Well, thank you.
Are there other questions?
Chair, this is George Cabros.
Yes, sir. Go right ahead.
Yeah, I also wanted to thank Chris for his presentation, and kudos on the purchase of the 12 electric buses. I know that you did not use Surtax funds for that purchase, but once the electric buses are proven in service, I hope you'll come back to us to expand that fleet. And I just also want to let you know that I was intrigued by the fare-free ridership. There was some conversation earlier about making bus or transit system safe, clean, and competitive. Well, if you want to make it competitive, fare-free ridership is one way to go. Mobility is just so important to our community. Advancing the public health, safety, and welfare, and it drives our economy as well. Especially helping to get folks to work, and those especially in our service-based economy. So, I'm looking forward to continuing that conversation as well. Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Pennant.
I too want to celebrate the great work that Chris and his team are doing. Very impressive. I'm excited about all of what's happening. You mentioned earlier something about barriers to the range of electric buses. Did you touch on, do you have any idea of what you think those barriers could be, just moving forward?
Well, it's really just the development of battery technology. 10 years ago, when bus manufacturers came to talk to us, if they had a bus that could go 50, 60 miles on batteries, they were excited. 5 years ago, it was 110 miles. They were excited. We've brought in buses in the last couple of years that would get, 170, 180. And not to get off into the weeds, but, the buses that we're buying, the batteries we were looking at buses that a couple of years ago had 440 kilowatt batteries. Basically what they told us is at full load in the summer sun in Florida, we would probably need, in order to approximate the range of a diesel bus, probably a bus and a half, which meant that we would have to spend 50% more in terms of capital just to move the same, to cover the same ground. The buses that we're buying have 660 kilowatt capacity, which they have indicated to us will give us a 1-to-1 ratio. Federal government only allows us a 20% spare ratio, so we can't have all these extra buses sitting around. So if we can, and the range of these buses, and we're proving it because we don't just take their word for it. We bring those buses here, and we fill them up with people, and we drive them around for a month. And we did that with the 4 top electric bus manufacturers 2 summers ago. Battery technology is appreciating every year. And that has really been the only impediment that has held up electric bus proliferation in this country. Because the bus itself is just a bus. It is the power source and how you get that range. Because, you know, for a diesel bus, you could go out there all day and not worry about it. A battery bus, you'd have to bring it in and charge it for a few hours, or either charge it at the end of the line, which actually slows down. That means you got to put more buses in the line to make sure that you're maintaining your headway, your interval between buses. So when you can get that down to 1-to-1, when you get that range that approximates a diesel bus, then you will see battery buses across this country take off.
You know, in my business, I have had the pleasure of working with planners, people that plan things out, and engineers. And, you know, I know that Chris, when he got out of college and decided to get into transportation, and all of the folks that have worked before and after him and with him, FDOT folks, MPO folks, and even like when I worked with the city of Fort Lauderdale with the planning department for construction, they all have a vision, and they all want to do things that are cutting edge and that like really transformative. And sometimes it's a lack of funding, sometimes it could be a commission that sees things one way or another and it doesn't quite get you there. And we are at that point in this moment in time, like Ms. Kelly said, that now we can actually let them play in the sandbox with all of the different things that they want to actually create something. And that not only leads to a better community, all the things we talked about before, but it also starts to attract more innovators to his staff. People are they're gonna look at us like we used to look at Portland, and we used to look at other cities that were growing. Now we've gone from being, I'm gonna say, Wichita State to Alabama in football, okay? We are now becoming one of those elite programs. It's true.
You're right.
And there's going to be players that are gonna wanna be on our team that are gonna come with more innovation and more ideas, and it just starts to perpetuate itself. So Ms. Kelly's right. This is a moment in time when we should be very excited. We should go around and let other people know as ambassadors of the program, and I know Gretchen's just dying to do that, and so I just want to say that because I know you've been waiting for a long time for these kinds of opportunities, and so is your staff, and it's like your shackles are being removed, and you're able to get that done, right? Because it feels like we've been, as a community, been kind of held down for a while.
You're absolutely right. We've been just kind of treading water.
Yeah.
But you know, you make some good points in that the transit community knows when we post a job and people call, they know about this surtax. They know about the things that are going on here. You know, in our transit community, they probably know more than maybe the community at large here. But I get questions. Before pandemic, I couldn't tell you the number of presentations I made across the country. How did you do that? How did you pass this surtax? I mean, Gretchen got offers to go places. I mean, I couldn't, at least 10 times I was asked to come and make a presentation about how Broward did this. And, you know, when I go to conferences now, I mean, people recognize the fact that I'm from Broward and that we've done this, and, you know, they're trying to do this. I sat on a Zoom panel a couple of months back with the city of Charlotte, who is going out for a surtax. It was me, it was the transit director from Nashville, who had a recent failure, and Austin, Texas, who is on the ballot as well. And all the questions were for me, you know, how'd you guys do this? You know, so.
I think we're basically whatever the transit version of a shining light on a hill, you know, for other communities. It's a very exciting time.
Yeah.
Well, we will be.
That's right. Do we have any other questions or comments? Thank you very much, Chris. We really appreciate everything you and your staff are doing.
Thank you. And we
very
appreciate
much.
all of your efforts as
Yep.
well.
Thank you. Next. Who? Oh, okay, MPO is up. Okay.
Mr. Kleka, are you on the line? Could you say something so we make sure that we can hear you?
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me?
We can, and can you just move the mouse around so I can assure you have control of the slides? Perfect, thank you.
Mr. Kleka, you can go ahead and advance the slides. Make sure that you have control, please.
I am attempting to. Bear with me.
So you can use the space bar or just click through.
And while we
It
wait,
says I'm controlling the Office of Public Communications screen, but it's not advancing.
did you try the arrows and the space bar? Can you click your mouse? Can you left click onto the slide? There we go. Thank you.
Oh, great. Thank you. Good morning, Chair Hooper and members of the Oversight Board. My name is Brian Koletka, and I am the Director of Transportation Policy for the Broward Metropolitan Planning Organization. First, I would like to extend a thank you to Mrs. Cassini for inviting me here to provide you with a presentation from the Broward MPO. Today, I will be providing you with an overview of our organization and provide you with insight and value that our organization brings to Broward County. The federal government requires that all urbanized areas have an MPO, and the urbanized area is defined as an area containing more than 50,000 residents. Only the area that is buildable is in an urbanized area. So here you can see that although Broward County is 1,230 square miles, only 431 square miles are in the urbanized area. This is information provided about our anticipated population growth and job growth taken directly from Broward County's Planning and Demographics webpage. In general, both the number of residents and number of jobs are expected to increase through 2045. We are a single county MPO and located in the Miami urbanized area, which stretches from Miami-Dade County all the way up to the Martin County line. Federal Code 23 USC 134 establishes MPOs to encourage and promote the safe and efficient management, operation, and development of surface transportation systems that will serve the mobility needs of people and freight, foster economic growth and development within and between states and urbanized areas, and take into consideration resiliency needs while minimizing transportation-related fuel consumption and air pollution through metropolitan and statewide transportation planning processes. It structures the MPO as to be made up of local elected officials. Chapter 339 Florida statutes provide scope of work with other MPOs and local political subdivisions. The appropriate method of coordination between MPOs shall vary depending upon the project involved and given local and regional needs. Consequently, it is appropriate to set forth a flexible methodology that can be used by MPOs to coordinate with other MPOs in appropriate political subdivisions as circumstances demand. There are many provisions in the federal code and state statutes, and they are summarized as 1, we are federally mandated, 2, we are a large MPO by definition because we have more than 200,000 residents. 3, the policy board gives us direction and is made up of local elected officials. 4, we carry out a broad type of services to Broward County and the cities authorized by federal code and state statutes. We carry these services out through an interlocal agreement with a political subdivision in Broward County. And 5, we are required to obtain federal certification every 4 years, and our last certification was on October 31st, 2019. The idea that the MPO is made up of local elected officials is important. We could take the entire Surtax board on a parade of each of our homes. And then when we return back to the office, if we were asked to draw a picture of, let's say, my home, I am betting, artistic skills aside, that my rendition of my home would be better than your renditions because I have that familiarity. Not that yours would be totally off base, it is just you know your backyard better than anybody else. Meet our executive committee. Our chair of the board is Mayor Frank Ortis from Pembroke Pines. Our vice chair is school board member Patty Good. Our deputy vice chair is Lighthouse Point Commissioner Sandy Johnson. These 3 have the authority to make decisions in a state of an emergency, such as a hurricane. The other 4 members of the executive committee include the former chair of the board, Commissioner Dick Blackner from Hollywood, County Commission Representative, Commissioner Bean Furr, at-large member, Commissioner Yvette Coburn of the City of Miramar, and Small Cities Representative, Commissioner Bill Harris of Dania Beach. The Executive Committee has the authority to approve contracts up to $250,000 without full board approval, and all items of business go through the Executive Board for consideration before heading to the full board for consideration. If the Executive Board executes a contract without full board approval, a supermajority or 2/3 vote is required for approval. Here are the other members of the policy board that are not on the Executive Committee. As you can see, we have 4 other county commissioners on our board. They include Commissioner Tim Ryan, that represents the South Florida Regional Transportation Council. We also have Commissioner Dr. Barbara Sharif, Commissioner Udine, and Commissioner Fisher. The 5 of them collectively represent each different geographic area of the county. Even though our board has 38 seats, the state limits us to 25 voting members. All 5 county commissioners, the school board member, and the 18 largest cities always get a vote if present at the meeting. The largest city, Fort Lauderdale, has 2 representatives that can always vote. If one of the permanent voting members of the board is absent, a small city is allowed to vote based on first, the geographic area of the missing member, and then second, by the population of the city. The Broward NPO has many partner agencies, including Broward County, the cities of Broward County, and Broward Schools. At the state level, we work with the Florida Department of Transportation, the other 26 MPOs in Florida, and the state MPO. At the state MPO, known as the MPLAC, our representative is Lighthouse Point Commissioner Sandy Johnson. At the national level, we work with the United States Department of Transportation, National Association of Regional Councils, or NARC, and Association of Metropolitan Planning Organizations, or AMPO. The Broward MPO Executive Director, Mr. Gregory Stewart, sits on the Board of Directors for both NARC and AMPO. The Southeast Florida Transportation Council, or SEFTEC, is made up of the Tri-County area. This board is made up of 3 elected officials, 1 from each of the 3 counties. Our representative is Commissioner Bean Furr. Each member of this board is forced to play nice as each county has full veto authority. This organization makes a regional, long-range transportation plan and is not just a paperclip of the plans developed in each of the 3 counties. This is how we made and supported Tri-Rail and supported Virgin Trains. These are our core products. They are called core products because it is the minimum that an MPO can do under the law. The Metropolitan Transportation Plan is our long-range plan. From that plan, we pull out the projects that are a priority as set by the policy board. Finally, we pull projects from the priorities list for a 5-year plan called the Transportation Improvement Plan. All of this work must be reflected in our budget, which is legally called the Unified Planning Work Program. It is a 2-year budget. The budget pays for the strategic business plan, and the strategic business plan is set by the policy of the policy board. Finally, all of these documents utilize input from the public as found in our public participation plan. Let us look a little closer at the Metropolitan Transportation Plan. It is our long-range plan that currently takes us out into 2045. All projects in this plan must be cost feasible. It is updated every 5 years, and our plan was just updated in December 2019. Let us take a closer look at the Transportation Improvement Plan. This is our 5-year plan. Every year, we finish the current year's projects and take them off of the plan because they are completed. We roll forward the 4 remaining years and add to the 5th year from the priorities list based on projects and available funding. The TIP actually uses estimated dollar values of the year of construction, so a consumer index multiplier is applied to the cost of projects. This means the cost of the project does not change as we approach the year of construction. So you're asking yourself, why did this guy just discuss 2 of the core products in detail? It is important because earmarks in Congress are dead. It used to be that every member of Congress could get $2 million in appropriations, and if you served on appropriations, you received $3 million for your district. Congress decided to change the rules, and now everything must be funded in bills. In addition to having great partnerships, we regularly work with the federal government. Any surtax money that Broward County wants to leverage for federal money must be included in the Metropolitan Transportation Plan and the Transportation Improvement Plan. Any project that needs federal approval must also be in the MTP or the TIP. Here is my contact information. I remain available for questions, and feel free to contact me if any questions come up at a later date. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Do we have any questions from the board?
I have one. Thank you, Mr.
Go
Chair.
ahead.
Thanks, Brian, for your informative presentation. I was curious to know whether or not the executive board is a paid board, or are all board members operating in a voluntary capacity?
So it is unpaid. I'm not sure to answer the voluntary or not. Each city appoints one of their commissioners to serve on the MPO.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you very much, Brian. I really appreciate your presentation.
Thank you, sir. Have a great day.
You too. Okay. What do we want to do? We're at 11:30.
We have 2 more presentations, and then we'll break for lunch. We're on perfect time.
Oh, good.
Perfect.
Okay,
So we do have a presenter that's on the line, Mr. Burns, who has a hard stop at 12:20. So I just wanted to make sure that we at least got through that one. So Greg, could you please indicate whether you're on the line, make sure that we can hear you?
Hi, Gretchen. This is Greg Burns. I'm here.
Great. Thank you so much.
So actually seeing if I can start my video. Would you all like me to share my screen? Is that the easiest way to do this, or shall you all just run through it on?
I think that what's going to happen is that we are going to give you control, and you're going to need to accept that control, and then we'll need to make sure that you actually have it by watching you move around on the screen and then try to advance the slides. Are you getting a message that's Greg Burns?
Right there you go.
Okay, you're going to receive a message. Accept control when you get that. There we go. Great. Go ahead, Greg.
All right. Perfect. Okay, I've got control. Thank you. I appreciate it. Well, my name's Greg Burns. Thanks for the opportunity to be here with you all today. I've actually jumped forward a little too much. I'm here to chat with you about the upcoming election on Tuesday, very briefly, but more importantly, talk really about what potential outcomes could occur, and then how that could impact transportation policy looking forward. So, sorry, I think there's a slight lag in the presentation as I click forward. I'm just waiting for that to come through. Gotta love technology, right? Okay. Again, my name is Greg Burns. I work at a lobbying firm in Washington, D.C. called Thorn Partners. I've been doing this now for over 20 years, which is surprising to me, for sure, but happy to now have reached that milestone. Before I was a lobbyist, I did work on Capitol Hill for a member of Congress, but really I've spent the vast majority of my career as a lobbyist representing local governments. I have represented Broward County for the past several years, probably about 5 or so. And just for your information, last year we did have a really large success on behalf of the county with relation to Port Everglades getting the deepening and widening project started. So you all may have seen some news about that, and we were really proud to have supported the county and the port in that effort. Sorry, there is definitely a lag between what I'm saying and where the screen is.
Greg, I'm sorry. Let me just interrupt you for 1 second. Are you using the Zoom link? There should be no lag.
Yes.
You are? Okay, thank you.
I am. So, but obviously I'm dialed in via the phone, so that's creating, I think, maybe some change too. Anyway, so where we stand today with respect to transportation policy at the federal level. As you all may have heard, and Gretchen Shirley has shared with you, Congress did extend the FAST Act in the last short-term government funding bill to keep the government open. So they extended the authorization, the previous long-term surface transportation authorization, through the end of September of 2021. Meanwhile, for the past really 2 years, Congress has been in pretty deep conversation about how to reauthorize that program for the future. In the House, they passed a partisan, I would say, and I don't mean that in a negative way, but simply that it really did just have Democratic support when it passed, a surface transportation authorization called the INVEST Act. A big part of that bill, from a broad perspective, is it included a lot of additional funding for all modes of transportation, which we really saw as a very positive development. Meanwhile, the Senate Environment and Public Works Committee, not the full Senate, but one of the committees that has jurisdiction over surface transportation policy in the Senate, did pass what they called the America's Transportation Investment Act, I believe, ATIA. It was only related to highways because in the Senate they have multiple committees that deal with rail and transit, as well as the highways portion of the surface transportation bill. And so they only passed a highway-specific version. They would have had to have done more work to incorporate the other sections of the bill, but at the time they only worked on that highway portion. That portion alone would have boosted spending 27%, which, while granted that's only for highways, certainly is also a positive development in the sense that both bodies recognize the need for increased investment in surface transportation programs. On the right, you'll see a handy chart, which hopefully you can see all of. It shows a little bit of where funding levels were under the FAST Act. The dark blue bar chart is for highways, otherwise known as Federal Highway Administration funding. The smaller, lighter blue bar is transit, denoted by the FTA or Federal Transit Administration marker. And then the lightest and smallest bar chart is the rail portion, known under this as Federal Railroad Administration. So you'll note that on the Senate bill, again, it only includes highway funding, but you'll see how much more money it included or proposed. And in the House bill, it proposed vastly more money for all modes of transportation. I do want to note also that the EPW Senate bill that did pass the ATIA was a bipartisan bill. It did have Democratic support. Looking ahead to now Tuesday, or maybe sometime after Tuesday, once we figure out how things have shaken out with respect to the upcoming federal election, I think there's three possible outcomes that could occur with this election. Without getting into too much detail about how they would occur or what's behind them, the reality is we see these as being the most likely outcomes. So one of those outcomes certainly is a status quo, which essentially means the re-election of President Trump. The Republicans maintain control of the Senate, and Democrats retain control of the House. I think it's also possible that we could see a change of administration outcome where President Biden wins the president, or former Vice President Biden wins the election and becomes president. Republicans do maintain control of the Senate, and Democrats do maintain control of the House. Then we also, of course, could see potentially under some scenarios a supposed blue wave where you have Democrats essentially taking all three legislative and administrative bodies. I think it goes with, it needs to be stated that we don't believe that that the House will flip under any realistic scenario that we're aware of, at least. Doesn't mean it can't happen, but we don't think that that's likely. We also don't think that it's likely that President Trump wins re-election, and yet the Republicans lose control of the Senate. So that's why we've chosen these three potential outcomes. Now, with respect to how that will impact transportation policy, we're going to look to the next slide. Under a status quo election, I think one of the main focal points will remain additional COVID-19 stimulus. Under this scenario, I would imagine that this kind of a stimulus bill probably wouldn't have any relief for public transit in it. It's probably not going to be as big and as vast as, has been passed out of the House thus far this summer, which was known as the HEROES Act. But, again, I still think that we could see some stimulus, and there's a chance that in this scenario that we could, it hypothetically could include some funding for transportation or transit more specifically. Longer term, I think a transportation bill would probably look more like the Senate bill rather than the House bill. The Senate bill has a lot of unknowns. We only know about the highway portion. We certainly need to see what the transit and the rail portions would look like to make an overall, give you a better view of what the bill actually would look like and would mean for Broward County. But based on where they've started, the fact that it's bipartisan, the fact that it does boost funding by a relatively significant amount, I think it's fair to say that it probably wouldn't have too many surprises that would be overly detrimental to you all. But again, it would probably look, under this scenario, more like the Senate bill. I think under this scenario, with respect to the election, it looks less likely that we would have an infrastructure package. The president has done a lot to talk about infrastructure. Certainly the House has passed an infrastructure bill called the Moving Forward Act. They did that this summer. But I don't think under this scenario that we would probably have that kind of big investment in infrastructure. We probably would get most of our investment through the reauthorization of a long-term surface transportation bill. Meanwhile, I think it is important to note that if the president were to win re-election, that certainly he would have opportunities to ensure that his executive orders, specifically related to regulatory streamlining, which definitely impacts transportation projects, throughout the country, would certainly, be cemented. That those actions would be cemented. they also, if they were facing legal challenges, which many of his actions are, the next 4 years would offer an opportunity for those legal challenges to play out and for those regulations to become more certain into the future. And I think it goes without saying that the administration would continue to act in an executive fashion to pass or to approve more executive orders and other things like that would allow for even additional, sort of change in the transportation world. So moving forward now to the election scenario where we have a now president, or he would be President Biden, and a Republican Senate and a Democratic House. I think under this scenario, again, you'd have a situation where President Biden and a Democratic House would certainly want to pass additional COVID-19 stimulus, and it would really depend on whether or not the Senate wanted to work with them. There's already been a lot of reluctance to the kinds of negotiations that have been going on between Speaker Pelosi and Secretary Mnuchin with respect to details on an additional COVID-19 package. And Republicans in the Senate haven't been very keen on some of the big money types of items that are discussed or being discussed. So I think that reluctance to pass additional, a lot of additional funding to respond to the COVID-19 pandemic, particularly with respect to additional funding for public transit that has seen their ridership suffer, is probably unlikely. I think also that the transportation bill and the long-term outlook of that becomes a lot less clear. In my mind, I think, frankly, that you might see a better hope of passing a long-term transportation bill should you have a status quo election than under this scenario, because I think that the Senate would not be keen on trying to increase the revenue necessary in order to pay for a much more expensive bill, even if the Environment and Public Works Committee and the other authorizing committees wanted to do so. So I think, it's really unclear as to what we would end up with here. I think it would be a very tenuous next 2 years with respect to transportation policy. Again, under this scenario, I think it's very unlikely that we would see an infrastructure package. I just don't see how a Republican Senate would choose to play along with President Biden and the Democratic House to spend a lot of additional money on infrastructure investment. Again, I think it's important to note under this scenario that a Biden presidency would have to be very active administratively because we would have that divided Congress. So not only would they wipe away nearly all of Trump's executive actions, but they would certainly take new actions that would be impactful to transportation. Could those things even include items related to big data or AVs? And I think that's all possible. I think ultimately Washington is probably going to let the innovators innovate, meaning private industry in this case, and try not to get in their way too much. A lot of times what happens is that when Congress has tried to legislate on items that are so fast-moving and so quickly evolving that what works today might not work 5 years down the road, and yet Congress doesn't have the political ability to go ahead and change the law in the future. So I think they're likely to remain relatively hands-off. You probably would see a lot of additional oversight activity, meeting in committees, and you could see some administrative actions, but probably not as much legislative work in this case. So moving on to the last scenario, if we were to have a blue wave, what would that mean for transportation policy? Under this scenario, I think it's almost certain that we would have a very large, robust COVID-19 stimulus package that would almost certainly include additional funding for public transit agencies above and beyond what was provided in the CARES Act. I think, again, it's almost certain that we would have, under this scenario, an infrastructure package. The House has already passed the moving forward proposal. That includes the House the Surface Transportation Bill called the INVEST Act. It's a portion of it. Biden has been very clear that he would like to do an infrastructure bill, and I think that the House and Senate would certainly like to follow that lead. I added on here a climate change agenda because I think it's important to note that the way that former Vice President Biden sees addressing climate change is not simply rejoining the Paris Climate Compact, for instance, but that it's much broader. He's got a plan out that talks about all the different sectors and impacts it would have across all these different sectors. And so there would be additional investment in infrastructure, in the auto industry, in the power sector. There would be a lot of additional funding for innovation and science and tech. Also focused on the agriculture sector and conservation as well. So I thought that was important to mention, simply because, you know, you think of climate change and or addressing climate change, and you might think, oh, this is a really narrow thing focused on, you know, the Paris Climate Accord or something. But no, in this kind of a scenario, I think it would be very broad, very vast, and that it would have far-reaching impacts that would impact you all in South Florida from an infrastructure perspective as well. And then I think it's important to note that, you know, under this scenario, Congress would have a lot to do. They have so many priorities, and I won't even begin to name, you know, even a tenth of them. But the point is, it becomes hard to see where they would then have the time and attention in this 2-year period that they would have before the midterm elections to tackle all of these different issues that otherwise are important to you all. Things like AVs or big data or smart city legislation. I just don't see these things as being as critical to Democrats in the short term. They've been wanting to legislate and, in their mind, lead for a number of years now and have been stymied. And this would be their opportunity to really open the floodgates and try to do as much as they could. So I think, again, from, as I mentioned in the last slide, from an oversight perspective, they'd be very active. Potentially from an administrative perspective, they'd be active. But I think ultimately they will let industry sort of push forward on their own. And Congress more than likely would stay out of the way. And then last but not least, I think it's important to note that there is a very strong potential under this scenario that we would have a return of earmarks. Frankly, it could come back even if we were to have a status quo election or, you know, Republicans maintain control of the Senate. The House is very focused on this. Each of the members of Congress running for the House Appropriations chairmanship, including Congresswoman Debbie Wasserman Schultz, have made it part of their platform to suggest that they would, in fact, bring back earmarks. So you may have additional opportunities to go after funding that otherwise wouldn't be there for you all. You know, I'm not going to say whether or not it's good to have earmarks. I actually have sort of mixed feelings on the whole thing, but certainly it would give you additional opportunities. And last but not least, I mentioned the end of the legislative filibuster. The reason I bring that up is I think it's very important to note that the Senate would have trouble functioning under this scenario if they still retain the legislative filibuster. So it is possible that they could do away with it in order to move forward more pieces of legislation. I will note that right now they don't need to remove the filibuster in order to pass an infrastructure package. They've talked about doing it through an arcane process called the budget reconciliation process, which is available to the Senate essentially once a year to move a big piece of legislation. Republicans used it to pass the 2017 tax cut bill. So Democrats, I think, have targeted infrastructure as a potential way to use that authority without ending the filibuster. But again, that's an important marker or important thing to talk about when you think of this scenario, is where would we end up with the filibuster. So I think with that, that's probably the end of my presentation. Oh, no, excuse me, I'm sorry. What does this all mean for you? Apologies. Again, there was a little bit of lag for me getting to the next slide. So under any scenario, I think there's a lot of opportunity for change. One of the things that I didn't mention is that there are already 50 retirements in the House and the Senate. That's nearly 10% of the combined membership in the House and the Senate. That's even before the elections occur. So we're going to have more than likely more than 10% of Congress not returning next year for different reasons. So I think, again, under any scenario, there's always lots of opportunity for change because there's new members, new senators. Obviously, there could be a potential for a new administration. So there's going to be a lot happening. Now, with respect to your specific issues, I think I've talked about all of these to some degree, but certainly the next COVID-19 stimulus may or may not include additional funding both for local government directly as well as additional funding for transit operations. With respect to infrastructure investment, we've talked about that quite a bit. I do think that the strong takeaway is that if Congress can get a bill done, and that is still a big if under some of these scenarios, more than likely it does invest significant new monies in all modes of transportation. I think that very likely you'll continue to have some opportunities through grant programs like the Build and the Infra program to seek funding for either transit or road investment. I anticipate that programs like the Small and New Starts programs under FTA that I know Devin and Gretchen will speak about next, are certainly going to remain. And I think also that both of the surface transportation bills that are out there right now that we're aware of, if either one of those were passed, there would be new discretionary opportunities created for the county and for other groups in South Florida to certainly go after additional monies. I also think it's under most of these scenarios, we're likely to continue to have relatively robust funding for most of the programs that are important to the county right now. So that would be good. And I do want to note, and I think Devin will probably talk about this next, but that the House Invest Act does include language that would be really beneficial with respect to local preference programs that you all are supportive of. And so, that's an opportunity there, should certain things work out. With that is the end of my presentation. I appreciate the opportunity to be with you all today, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Does anybody have any questions? Okay, not hearing any. Thank you very much for this report, and it's very interesting looking at the different possibilities. Thank you so much. Do we have anybody else?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So at this time, if Nicole, if you could come forward. Devin, are you on the line? Ms. West?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yep. Are you seeing the slides by any chance? Okay, I guess she's going to select
I am not currently.
All right. So Nicole is going to ask you to take over control of the slideshow in just a second.
Okay.
And just for all of those that are participating virtually that may not have looked at the agenda, right after this presentation, we will take a break for lunch. Chair, do you have any idea how long you'd like to give everyone, just so they can plan?
I'm open if anybody has any suggestions. 30, 45 minutes? What do you want to do? 30?
I have a hard stop from 12:45. I'm going to be in a meeting.
Okay. Okay.
So and then I'll come back.
I'm good for 30 minutes if everybody else is okay. And I ask you guys too. What do you guys want to do?
Uh-oh.
I'm fine with whatever the rest of the Oversight Board members who are, again, for those of you that are on the phone, if you wanted to weigh in on 30 or 45 minutes.
30 minutes is fine for me.
Okay, that's what we'll do. So as soon as this last presentation is over, we'll take a 30-minute break for lunch. Thank you.
Okay, I think this is the, I'm also experiencing the lag that Greg had, so if you bear with me, I'm just trying to get us to the right spots.
You're there.
Okay. Is Lena available as well? I just want to be sure.
She's actually here in the chamber, yes.
Okay, perfect. So then I will begin. Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members. Thank you for the opportunity to present the Broward County Federal Transportation Platform to you today. My name is Devin West. I'm the Legislative Policy Advisor for Broward County. I'm one of the county's internal lobbyists, and I work in the Intergovernmental Affairs section, where we handle all advocacy and government relations for the county. I'm joined today by Ms. Lena Silva, and I'll let her introduce herself.
Good morning, board. Lena Silva. I work as a program project coordinator here for MAP, and I will be assisting in giving the legislative coordination update today.
Great, thank you, Lena. Today we'll be presenting an overview of the Intergovernmental Affairs section and the work we do, as well as share with you the county's proposed federal policy statement. So the Intergovernmental Affairs, we work with our federal elected officials and contract lobbyists to obtain authorization and appropriations for local projects and to advocate for policy changes that benefit the county's interests. In election years, we developed the Federal Legislative and Executive Program, which is the guidebook of policies and appropriations that the County Commission approved. Staff and our lobby team use the federal program to advance the adopted positions of the Commission with our congressional representatives. We'll bring the federal program to the Commission for approval on December 1st. I believe on the slides in front of you it says December 8th, but we've chosen to bring it forward at an earlier date. And it will be after the Commission appoints a new mayor and vice mayor. The proposed policy statements from the federal program as they relate to the transportation surtax will be presented to you today for your consideration and feedback. If adopted by the Commission, the proposed policy statements would govern our advocacy efforts with Congress and the executive branch for the 117th session of Congress, which is a 2-year term that convenes January 3rd, 2021 through January 3rd, 2023. In addition to our federal program, we also have a state program that's adopted annually, but generally speaking, we're discussing the federal program with you today as the federal policies, appropriations, and grants are most relevant to the surtax program. For your reference, in advance of the state legislative session in Tallahassee every year, there are generally 5 to 6 committee weeks where legislation begins to make its way through the legislative process. So each bill is usually assigned 3 committees that it must pass favorably through before reaching the floor for action in both the House and both the State House and the Senate. Intergovernmental Affairs staff is very engaged in this process, and we generally spend those committee weeks on the ground in Tallahassee, as well as the 60-day legislative session, which convenes Tuesday, March 2nd, 2021. As I stated earlier, the Commission will be presented with the federal program at the December 1st board meeting. Included in this document are the proposed transportation policy statements, which focus on the key elements listed on the slide before you. This is the first time we've had a section in the federal program geared specifically towards the surtax program, and is intended to help tell the story of our dedicated local revenue source and our ability to leverage federal discretionary funding with projects designed and ready to draw down those federal dollars. So the next 8 slides will provide background for each of the proposed policy statements listed before you now. First, we propose that the Commission supports a new surface transportation authorization. Since Mr. Burns provided you with the background context on the FAST Act and its extension, as well as any future scenarios for passing a surface transportation authorization, I would just say that a long-term funding solution is still needed and something we propose the county continue to advocate, whether in the form of the House Invest Act or the Senate ATIA legislation or new legislation that gets introduced after the new session of Congress begins. Either way, we would like to position the county to be able to take advantage of the funding that potentially becomes available. Next, we propose the county support the continuation of federal discretionary grant programs in addition to any new discretionary grant programs that might be developed through a surface transportation bill. Both the current Senate and House bills would continue funding for existing discretionary programs, as well as create new funding opportunities. The general sense is Congress wants there to be more grant programs. The existing programs have been successful, and they want to be able to continue having communities compete for funds. So the current discretionary grant programs under USDOT that the county supports, I know that Mr. Burns mentioned in his presentation, are the Infra Grant Program, which provides the discretionary grants to fund large highway, transit, and freight projects, and the Build Grant Program, which provides discretionary grants to fund investments in transportation infrastructure, including transit, port, and freight rail projects. And what I would also say about this is that eligible applicants for these grants are any public entity, including counties, which means Broward County can apply for these grants and receive funding directly. In the past, I've worked with Fort Everglades to apply for both build and infra grants, and I would welcome the opportunity to work with Ms. Cassini and her team on any additional transportation projects. To provide some context, the county receives both formulaic and competitive discretionary transit grants. For example, we get a 5307 allocation or urbanized area formula grant every year. This is a formula grant based on population used for planning, engineering, design, and evaluation of transit projects, capital investments in bus and bus-related activities, and capital investments in new and existing fixed guideway systems, including rolling stock, signals, and communications, to name a few. Then we can also apply for FTA discretionary transit grants that the county has consistently supported and has competed for in past years. We would propose the county continues to support FTA discretionary transit grants, which include the low or no emission vehicle program, which supports the introduction of low and no emission transit buses into the transit system. I believe Mr. Walton referenced this in his presentation. But if I'm not mistaken, Broward County did receive over $2 million to purchase electric buses to replace aging buses through this grant opportunity. Next, there's the Buses and Bus Facilities Program, which provides funding for the replacement, rehabilitation, and purchase of buses and related equipment, and to construct bus-related facilities. The county also received notification we would be awarded over $17 million, I believe it was last November, for the Copens Road Bus Facility Rehabilitation and Reconstruction Project from this grant opportunity. Lastly, there's the State of Good Repair Program, which provides funding for transit infrastructure and the maintenance, replacement, and rehabilitation of projects of fixed guideway and bus systems. Ideally, we would like to see these discretionary grant programs continued and, if possible, modify them or create additional programs that would benefit the county. Again, as with build and infra grants, the county is eligible to apply for these discretionary grants and be the direct recipient of awarded funds. Finally, as it relates to competitive discretionary transit grants, we would propose the county support increased funding for the FTA Capital Investment Grant Program, which Greg had mentioned in his presentation, which includes new starts, small starts, and core capacity improvements. It's approximately $2.3 billion in competitive funds awarded every year. The CIG program funds transit capital investments, including heavy rail, commuter rail, light rail, streetcars, and BRT, and is one of the most important opportunities that Broward has to increase advocacy efforts in DC. More specifically, there have been proposals that would significantly increase funding for the CIG program, reform it to streamline the approval process, raise the federal cost share to 80%, and improve transparency. And these are all items we would propose the county support. At this time, I don't know, Ms. Cassini, do you have any examples of any of the grants we've kind of been talking about and how they relate to Broward County and the Surtax program specifically?
Sure. Thank you, Devin. If through the chair, okay.
Sure.
When we went to DC, Chris Walton, Lenny Villalpando, and myself early on in the program, when we could still travel, we talked specifically with USDOT and FTA representatives about this program and the program of the interrelated rail program. And this is really probably one of the most important areas for us to advocate about, because this is where you get really all that leverage that you all have been asking us to report on and track. When you're talking about rail and BRT investments, those are our most expensive projects by far, and the idea that the federal government would be willing to cost share at an 80% level is really where you get that bang for your buck with a local dedicated source of revenue. So I did want to point out that the projects that Mr. Walton were highlighting earlier, the results of the Transitways study and what we bring back to you, that's not just a vision or a plan, but this is really what we want to move forward with. These are the types of discretionary grant programs that we would be accessing leverage through.
Great, thank you. Okay, moving on, we would next propose that the county support policies that would lower both driver and pedestrian fatalities as it stands, both the House and Senate bills create safety incentive programs, which would distribute millions of dollars per year to states based on their current formula share to support projects that would lower these fatalities. And in addition to that, the House bill also includes funding to develop pedestrian and bike infrastructure through new and existing programs. The resilient infrastructure and climate is another area where the county can increase its advocacy. We propose that the county support efforts to reform existing programs and launch new initiatives to cut carbon pollution, mitigate the threat of extreme weather, and invest in clean fuel infrastructure. Both the House and Senate Surface Transportation bills prioritized resiliency and created new formula and competitive grants for resiliency projects, and we would propose the county support those funding efforts. The House and Senate bills both would create programs that would address pre-disaster mitigation to prepare for and mitigate the impacts of climate change and extreme weather, carbon emissions reductions through the creation of incentive programs to lower highway-related carbon emissions, as well as competitive grants for alternative fuel infrastructure. So now I'm going to turn it over to Lena to close us out.
Thank you, Devin. So as you guys can see on your slide, Broward County intends to be a national leader seeking the ability to impose local preference programs where local funding would be 50% or more on projects that are funded with federal grants. The federal government currently prohibits any geographic-based hiring preferences in contracts using federal transportation dollars. This limits the use of local procurement preference in the field of transportation, where many roads and bridges are partially funded by the federal government. We would propose that the county support efforts to create a limited waiver to the local preference restriction on infrastructure projects funded to support COVID-19 recovery, considering the devastating effects that the pandemic has had on our local business community. Lifting this restriction could be pivotal to the economic recovery, not only of Broward County, but of the entire region. Over 89% of businesses in Broward County have 20 or fewer employees, and the county currently operates a successful race-neutral local small business program. So a pilot program like this one could benefit those local businesses. Next slide, please. Finally, we would like to propose the county support policies and appropriations that would benefit the development of infrastructure related to autonomous and electric vehicles. Both the House and the Senate bills would create programs either through formula or competitive grants for states and localities to build electric vehicle fueling infrastructure along designated highway corridors which lack such infrastructure. At this point, Gretchen, if you want to add anything else.
Thank you, Lena. Great job. So Lena is your kind of map administrative, she's what we call a legislative coordinator. So, Devin is doing the work at the federal level for us and at the state level, and providing information to Lena back to me so that I can report it all to you. She's a kind of our liaison. And I did want to point out, I know I pointed it out to each of you in your briefings, but just for the record, I wanted to point out that one bullet on the previous slide that related to the local preference program that indicates that the National Association of Counties is willing to adopt our position statement into their overall federal platform. They've indicated their willingness to bring it to their membership, and that would help us a great deal as far as furthering our advocacy efforts and broadening them nationally.
Mr. Chair, I wanted to know, is there anything that we can do to support that cause? Because I certainly am a strong advocate for having some local preferences, and just as you stipulated, in view of what has happened because of the pandemic, businesses need all the assistance they can get. And so is there anything that we as a board can do to help push that cause forward?
Devin, did you want to respond to that, or would you like me to take a stab at it?
I mean, I think that if it's the will of the board, there are definitely things we could work on together, whether it's through providing, support letters through the chair, or possibly, doing some sort of joint advocacy. I don't know I don't want to step on anybody's toes or give direction where I shouldn't be. But if there's a way that we can work together, I think I think that would be very welcome, and I think that the county would appreciate that.
Thank you.
So, Ms. Pennant, we had discussed at our first retreat, which seems like forever ago, back at that park when we lost our air, that we were going to do some legislative advocacy, that we were going to travel together, either as a full board or, however many members could accommodate that, to other jurisdictions, to other transit properties. We had discussed Jacksonville as one, and that we would like to at least bring a couple of folks to Tallahassee or DC to talk about key issues. And obviously, because you are such a proponent of this, if we are ever able to do that again, then having you and Sandy Michael McDonald and a couple other members of our advocacy team talk about the importance of this to some key individuals in DC, and not just elected officials, but also administrative officials and executive officials, I think is incredibly important to get really pushing this over the finish line.
Would it also help to maybe we make a resolution of support for what Devin is doing, and send a letter from our board to our representatives in Washington? And I guess Devin can help direct that for us. But maybe, like we always do, we depend on you to write the letter. And then I get to sign it like I actually wrote something. And anyway, I think that maybe always sending letters and letting people know how you feel, I gotta believe it helps a little, but I will defer to Devin's advice.
I agree, and I agree with what Gretchen had said about having members of the board join the advocacy effort in DC and in Tallahassee. I think that would be wonderful, and that's something, again, our office would be able to provide all of the support for, whether it's preparing talking points or walking around the halls with you. And that's where Greg Burns comes into play as well in DC. We also have our state team, so we have a lobby team at the state level as well. And then back to what you were saying, Chair, about the letter writing or the resolution. Yes, I mean, I can work with Ms. Cassini, and we can put together some sort of resolution supporting this, as well as whatever letters you may want to prepare.
Great, that would be wonderful.
Awesome.
Is that something, we don't need to take a vote on that, do we? I mean, okay, very good. And we can always send the letter out to everybody and let them take a look at it and make sure they feel comfortable. Okay, any questions from the board members? Okay, well, thank you very much. We appreciate it, Lena and Devin. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you both.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. We really appreciate it. And our contact is available if you need to reach us for any reason.
So before we break for lunch, could I wanted to go back to a conversation, and Margaret, if you could stand for me. There was a little conversation earlier, and I wrote a note to myself because I wanted to bring to your attention before we lost Ms. Pennant, that we are in fact attracting talent, not just in our transit agencies, but in all of the agencies that support the Surtax, including our tiny little office that supports you, and we are able to attract people from other areas with extraordinary talent. We've had several individuals accept pay cuts because they wanted to be part of this amazing transformational endeavor. And one of those wonderful people has come to us from the city of Lauderdale Lakes. Miss Margaret Daly-Johns is your new finance manager for the entire Surtax program. I just wanted you to see her and have an opportunity for her to say a few words and introduce her to you.
Let's see. Good afternoon, members of the Oversight Board. It's a pleasure for me to be here. I really look forward to working with everyone. I want to thank Gretchen and her team for the guidance she's provided me, and they have all provided me since I've begun. And I look forward to contributing in a successful way towards the Mobility Advancement Program. Thank you.
Thank you, and welcome to the team. We love having you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any other? Can't wait. Thank you. Well, half hour, everybody. Thank you.
good.
Okay, hopefully everybody had a good lunch. I think George was having pita with chicken noodle soup. Or maybe that was his kid that was having that. I don't know which.
That seemed to be the report.
But anyway, welcome back, and we'll go ahead and restart the meeting. Do we have to take a roll call? Okay, so Ms. Thompson, if you don't mind.
Sure, Chair. Alan Hooper,
Here?
Phil Allen,
Here.
George Cavros, Ronald Frazier, Ron Frazier, Dr. Kelly.
Yep, I'm here.
Thank you. Anthea Pennant. Oh, she's in the meeting. And Shay Smith.
I'm here.
George Cavros is present.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Cavros. So we have a quorum.
Okay, we have a quorum, and we're going to start with our relocation and colocation. I don't even know that word. Activities for the Surtax-related agencies, space management, and planning. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. It's very nice to see you again. And thank you, board, for inviting me back to give you an update. We went from the very warm space with the last workshop when we spoke the first time, and it's a little chillier in here today. Last month, you heard from the Construction Management Division on the status of the planning for the ground floor for the Surtax Plaza. Today, I'm here to talk to you about the rest of the work in progress to clear the way for their construction, as well as to reshape space for your new Surtax staff and teams. The list here highlights the major projects that are in progress to support the Surtax teams. And today we'll be looking at 4 major areas of work. The first 3 are all 3 at GC West, looking at the preparations for the Surtax Plaza, the preparations for the teams in Transportation Administration, as well as remodeling for the Department Administration, all on the 3rd floor. And then also looking at the workspace for highway construction and engineering and the restacking that has occurred there, and the planning for new construction that we're looking at in the Surtax team suite. The 4th area are 2 smaller projects that are both occurring at traffic engineering. And included in this overview are 2 first move projects. These projects are not funded by the Surtax, but they're shared here as they're critical to the shaping of new space for the future Surtax teams. So this particular image should look somewhat familiar to you, because this is the ground floor over at GC West. And you'll see that there's 2 different areas of highlighted work. In blue outlined, you see the phase 1, which is the new transaction counters, which will be the first section of work that will be accomplished on the floor. And then in the shaded areas, get the mouse over here. There it is. The shaded areas here, we see the area that will be the Surtax Plaza, and then phase 3 will be the VR pod and the entrance into the other areas. What I want to talk to you more about today is the areas that are outlined in red. We see 3 different phases here. These are what we're calling pre-construction phases because they have to happen before the Surtax Plaza construction can start. So first is for the overall area highlighted. This is where Building Code Services offices are right now. And we'll be looking at the space that is 95% complete for them here in just a few moments. The renovation and relocation for the map administration team, which is here in the area indicated as B and outlined. And then a relocation of a small team of inspectors for the environmental team that will be going upstairs. So let's take a look at these projects in a little bit more detail. So first is the new offices for building code services. Last year, after a successful search with our real property team, we came across an appropriate site for this group located in the Riverbend Professional Plaza. It's a site that's conveniently located on Broward Boulevard between Government Center East and Government Center West. Working with the agency, my team completed the test fits for this 15,000 square foot occupation of the full floor, and worked with Construction Management Division for build out, coordinated through the landlord for this particular project. Construction began in June and is 95% complete. We're expecting a TCO before Thanksgiving. Furniture began arriving last week, and the office spaces will be set up and begin to be set up in earnest next week as well. So this is right in the middle of finaling out. The image that you see to the bottom right-hand corner is an image of from the lobby looking back into the new customer reception space. At this particular facility, all of the reception spaces and transaction counters are at seated height, so all of them are ADA accessible. BCS is expected to move into this space in early December. Next, we'll look at Area B, and this is the area for the Mobility Advancement Program administrative team. Once BCS is relocated, we'll have access to the ground floor to start restaging this particular space. As you know, the administrative team is currently temporarily located just across the hall here from the commission chamber where we're standing, and their new offices will be in the same sort of close proximity to your Surtax meeting space on the ground floor at GCW. In this pre-construction phase B, this northwest corner of the Surtax Plaza will be reconfigured to become the permanent home for the administrative group. There is no hard construction plan for this area. This will be a reconfiguration of existing furniture components and supplementing to customize for the team itself. There will be 10 staff members housed in this particular area, and we're looking to move them over in early 2021. When we look over to Area C that has already been highlighted, these are the inspectors groups for the Environmental and Consumer Protection Group. They're going to be moving out of the space next into to be co-located with the rest of their team on the second floor at GCW. You'll see here the area that is highlighted. The 10 inspectors from the ground floor will be moving up to join another field team on the second floor. But in so doing, we have to actually reconfigure some of the other spaces that are here. I think you may notice that the workstations along the window, as I'm highlighting or pointing to, are quite large. We have a similar situation for the workstations that are in this location up against the wall. So we'll be removing those existing workstations and reconfiguring to create room for this team. 10 people will be relocated, and 20 people will be resituated within the suite on the second floor. Now this diagram should look even more familiar to you because this is your space that Meryl Romanek from SRS had presented to you last month. I know there were a couple of questions regarding the ADA access, so this diagram is included today to answer some of those questions. And if you notice on the plan, there are some areas that are highlighted in yellow. Those are the areas that will be the ADA accessible counters. And if we kind of move from the bottom of the sheet up, this first area of ADA accessible counter stations for the public, this is actually existing, and that's going to be maintained and remain in place. When we move to the other side of the space that we affectionately call the donut for this floor, you'll see that there'll be an additional ADA station for the modification of that particular piece of millwork and extending that into the new millwork counter that's going to be the new interface for that permitting service. As we move up the page, you'll see that where the new reception counter is for moving back into the map space, there will be an ADA counter here. And as well, when we move back in through the space into the break room area, the entire countertop space for the break room area will be at the ADA accessible height. so everyone will have access. There's still conversations, and we haven't forgotten about the installation of the transit van to be able to highlight some of the paratransit services and features, and the location of that within the lobby of GC West hasn't been completely determined, although that is in process and be part of the scope of work as things move forward. And as an update for the general scope of services for this project, the construction documents are on their way to purchasing and preparation to be advertised for general construction services. Finishing with the Surtax area, we want to move up to the section of work that we completed for and are working on for the Transportation Department. Now, this first project that we're looking at, again, is funded by the agency, but it's one of the first move projects that are required so that we can have adequate room for the teams that are going to be on the second floor. The forward-facing counter suite on the second floor was made available when Animal Care moved out to their new facilities. Paratransit was already looking for a new home, so we had started design on this particular project previously. This work is divided into 2 phases. Phase 1, which you see outlined in blue, is already complete. We have installed the furniture, staff has been moved into that area, and they are working from the existing counter space. Phase 2, which will be, we've had some delays with finding the right general contractor to fit the project, is in for permit review and with the City of Plantation, and it includes creating a private office for the director of the team, reconverting an existing space to create that space for him, and rebuilding this existing countertop and transaction service window so that all of the stations are ADA accessible, not just the first one. Currently, only the one on the far right that you see right here being circled, that existing station is ADA accessible. Now, especially because of the target demographic, all of these stations will be ADA accessible. Moving into the bulk of the work that's funded by the Surtax for the transportation group, we started with a flurry of organizational charts and building plans to look at the way the new teams were going to be constituted for the transportation group last year, looking at both the suites on the second and the third floor, and trying to determine where those reconstituted teams were going to be located within the existing space. Once the dust settled, the work came down to 2 primary areas in the third floor suite, the first of which we'll be looking at right here. Paratransit staff, since they have relocated, left a space in the northwest corner of this suite available. And so what we have been in the process of is working out the plans for the business administrative team to be grouped in this location. We've moved it from an existing 17 workstations, which were with part of the original configuration, maximizing sunlight by creating spines of workstations that extend away from the window wall, to create 24 additional workstations and keeping all of the business administrative team kind of from this line moving back. You'll see that they're color coordinated, so the supervisors are here on the sidewalls in the existing offices, and each of their teams situated with a supervisor for that team are located closer together within the space. When we move to the opposite side of this particular floor, while we had left some room for the new capital planning lead to envision a team space for the staff with the current pandemic, they felt that maybe team space wasn't the best way to go, and felt that leaving the existing workstations as they are was going to work perfectly for them. So that part of the scope of work is something that we set aside. What we've ended up with is that there will be a minor reconfiguration of the conference room, because right now, if you can see in this left-hand corner, it was actually 2 offices that a wall was removed from to create the conference room. So it's very awkward when you're at one end of the table, you can't actually see the people over at the other side of the table. So we're going to take the existing wall down that's in this corner, angle it off. This becomes a new media wall, and the existing furniture can be reconfigured within this space once that wall is repositioned so that it's a little bit easier for the teams to meet and to talk and to use the space. We have one additional private office that we need to have for new team members. And with the repositioning of the teams, as you can see color-coded, we had to bump 2 people from workstations here. So we're going to be recreating a new pod over here, 4 additional workstations for the IT team. And it actually works out a little bit better for them because they will be in closer proximity than they were with their previous locations. When we move upstairs to the Highway Construction and Engineering group, I guess actually we're moving across the hall and upstairs. We started again with the org charts and building floor plans to see where people were. And we began in this particular, with this agency, with a more informal reorganization. They moved the current projects team that will be remaining with highway construction to the 2nd floor. Parks Planning and Design Group, which is a part of Highway Construction Engineering, moved to their own suite, as you can see notated in the purple shading. And the Highway Construction Engineering Surtax team then takes the longer side suite that you see on the diagram above. Now, this particular space, the furniture that's in this area is not able to be reconfigured. It was reused when it was brought here to create the room in the first place. So as soon as we start to move things around to create better co-located teams, we actually have to replace the furniture. So that's been a part of the overall scope considered for this particular group from the outset. But even if we were to keep it, we would have some issues because once Parks moved out of this area, we had a big planning area that became void. This southern section of the suite is very underutilized. But this is the space where we have the most extensive renovations. So if we go to the next slide, you'll see what we're planning on for them. In a similar way that for the transportation team, we see that we're keeping the existing offices in place. This team will not really be relocating. We'll be doing a little modification over here and adding an administrative position, an administrative assistant position. But from there, we're taking this spine that runs vertically through the space, and as opposed to having a big loop of circulation, there'll be a single avenue that moves through the space. Supervisors' offices will be to the left, with a glass wall, which you may be able to see here on the 3-dimensional drawing, to bring in a lot of natural light. And once again, spines of workstations that come off of the window wall so that there's a lot of natural light pouring into the space. A couple of other features here that came out of the larger conversation for the original Surtax initiative, as well as for this particular team, was the need for shared conference room space. So a storage room, a former storage room has been cleared out, which will become a larger conference room, controlled by highways, but in a more common area where other people may be able to use it as well. And as opposed to having the conference room back in the awkward corner that we find so many of at GC West, you'll see that the conference room has been relocated, so it comes right off of the entrance from the elevator. Guests can come in, teams can meet, and then easily move back out of the space without interrupting ongoing work. We had originally envisioned that there would be smaller team tables in between each group so that each group would have a place to kind of get together and have a conversation. But as soon as COVID became as much of an issue as it was, we relaid out this area so that we took all of that smaller meeting space for each team and combined it to create that conference room, which is here in the center. The third congregate area that we'll be looking at is actually taking the break room, which is very well used on this floor, and as opposed to having people trying to have lunch in front of the kitchen counter, there'll be a break room space, which also becomes a small meeting room available for the teams on the floor as well. Now that takes care of the work that's in process in planning for Government Center West. And so we'll now look to the other facility, which would be the work that was done is being planned for and done at Traffic Engineering. Early space studies had indicated that there was a larger scope of work that we were going to need to accomplish for the Surtax team at this facility. And upon sitting down with the administrative team, we recognized that there were some simple moves that we could do to move teams around to accommodate the new groupings. So the work broke down into two smaller projects, the first of which is already completed. Two existing offices for the engineering systems team on the ground floor were subdivided so that their collaborative pods could work together in Office 172 and 174. You can see the image to the right that work has already been completed. On the second floor, there was a large area of filing cabinets that half of them were fairly empty to start with because the initiative has been to scan and to make most records digital. That work was already in process, so when shrinking the filing cabinet needs, we realized that those could actually be located to the library space, and that was a better use of that territory anyway, because the filing cabinets would be near a workspace available, so you could take the files out, use them on the table, and then put them back where they belong if they needed to be referenced. That left an empty section in the larger pod on the second floor, so you'll see what is planned. For that particular area, there'll be two semi-private offices with a series of 5 intermediate use. They're not inspectors in this location, but it's field staff that will be using these on a check-in in the morning and a check-in in the afternoon. You also see that this is typical for what we're looking at on most spaces, is that there is a full partition in between each workstation so that each person feels like they have an enclosure and they are not just on one great big open work surface platform. That concludes the presentation today. So thank you for the opportunity to show you where we are. And do you have any questions?
Do any board members have questions?
Well, I would like to just say something if I could.
Certainly.
It's Consuelo Kelly.
Yes, Ms.
I really appreciate this. I really appreciate this presentation. It's fantastic, especially what you're doing in the Government Center West space. And I know that the ADA stuff that you pointed out at the beginning is in part, responsive to some concerns I had. Just that two things. One is that the Surtax and paratransit within the transit system are things to showcase about Broward, and because this is on the first floor of that public space, I wanted it to be, clearly a place where the older or silver tsunami demographic that's happening in Broward would feel that their concerns are being addressed, or their families would be happy to see that, older folks can get around Broward when they need to, and that's a wonderful thing. I also appreciate your making the space physically ADA clearly accessible, just because, again, it's a showpiece about how great Broward is about disabled people, and I appreciate it very much. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Is there anybody else that would like to comment? That was a very thorough report. We thank you so much for all your hard work.
Oh, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next is, go ahead, you want to? Uh-huh. So we need to do a little house cleaning here, and we just want to do have a motion to approve the minutes from our last meeting. I don't see it here on my list.
It's actually on the agenda itself, but I noticed that it's at the very outset of your packet.
Oh.
But it's not on the presentation. It's not part of the
Okay, so if there's anybody that would like to make a motion to approve the minutes from our last meeting? Anyone?
So moved, Mr.
Anyone?
Chairman.
Okay, great. Mr. Frazier, thank you. And do we have a second? Anyone?
Second.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, great. Is there any discussion on the minutes? Hearing none. All those in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Okay, that's great. Thank you. It passes. Is that all we have to do? And if there's any member reports, if any of the members have anything that they want to report? Great. Okay. All right, so we'll move on to our next presentation. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Hooper and members of the Oversight Board. My name is Nicholas Solful. I'm the Planning Section Supervisor for Mobility Planning and Innovation, and I am joined here today with Ernesto Carreras, our Senior GIS Analyst and Extraordinaire, to present to you a culmination of months of work on the Oversight Board dashboard, or the dashboard for projects. Can we switch the screen to the... We're going to show you how to get started. Well, I guess while they're getting the screen situated, I'll just go over the general approach for the dashboard. So when we went into the dashboard conversation, we discussed we wanted this to have a very simple design, that we didn't want this dashboard to be overwhelming to people, you know. And so to do that, you kind of have to be very judicious, and you got to choose what kind of functionality you want. What do people actually really want to see? What do they want to know? And what we decided was that this publicly facing dashboard, the primary purpose of this dashboard is to be able to have the public go in there and find the project near them, the project that's going to impact them, the projects in their community. So this project dashboard includes all approved projects, including the 5-year plan. So it includes projects that go back to your original 2019 approvals through the end of the 5-year plan. And it's going to provide key details on each and every project that's able to be mapped. There are some projects, you know, they get more into the operation side of the house, you know, or service side, where it becomes difficult to map it because it's not really a geographic location to map. So this is primarily looking at your capital projects. But even just looking at those projects, there's over 600 projects that have been approved so far that can be mapped. So it's really exciting to be able to see those finally collated all together in one dashboard. So the approach here is that today, with this presentation, begins what we're going to call the soft launch of the dashboard. It's kind of our beta testing time. We're going to provide links to this dashboard for all members of the Oversight Board. We're also going to have focus groups comprised of former members of the Broward Academy, as well as some members of the public identified by commissioners themselves, then some technical experts as well throughout the county to be able to look at this and kind of see, you know, are there improvements that can be made? We have a window to be able to get some feedback, so we're looking to get that feedback by early December. And then if there's critical adjustments we can make in the dashboard, we can go ahead and get those done before the hard launch to the rollout to the public that will occur at your January board meeting. That also gives us an opportunity to be able to incorporate whatever new logos, design, branding, you know, the look of the dashboard, you know, could change to match that branding at that time for the public rollout. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and get started. So what we did was we organized this dashboard into tabs based upon what somebody would want to look up. The very first tab, of course, is instructions. And we wanted to be kind of creative in how we did this. We provided instructions for a desktop version and for the mobile phone version, because the dashboard operates a little bit differently depending on the environment you're in, and we realize a lot of folks use mobile phones. But for when desktop, if you click in, we set this up, you might have, as a GIS storyboard. So we talked about storyboards before and how we're going to eventually use storyboards to tell information about Surtax projects and investments. But we can also use storyboards to be able to provide instructions on how to use the dashboard. And so this is a really interactive way and unique way to kind of view information on how to use a dashboard. So instead of having to scroll through a static PDF, you can kind of scroll through. And even when you get here, go ahead and stop. You can see to the right, you'll see there's actually videos embedded within the dashboard that show you how to click on certain things, you know, and how and where elements are located. And so we're really excited to be able to provide, you know, instructions in a format that we think is going to be very easy for folks to understand and kind of scroll through and see the various functionalities of the dashboards and the different windows that we have. At the very bottom of the instructions, just to let you all know it's there, is that we're collecting feedback during the soft launch. So there's a section that has a link for them to be able to go to the tab to provide the feedback and get that survey information over to us, so that we can go ahead and make the necessary adjustments. Also, the instructions tab has the ability to be printed. So if folks want to print it, as opposed to keeping it in this format, it's very easily printable. And so yeah, you can see you can put in the print setup and it prints out beautifully. And when you put it in this format and you export it to a PDF, it's also ADA accessible. So it works for both ways. So if you want to go ahead and print out and have that guide, you have the ability to do that through the dashboard and have the ADA accessibility, the readable accessibility to the instructions, or you can look at it in the dashboard pane. So moving away from the instructions tab, the first tab is the Surtax projects overview. I think this will probably be one of the tabs that's the most useful to people who are interested in kind of the broad view of the projects, members of the oversight board, possibly folks in the private sector. This is where you can look and search projects by project type, and you can also isolate projects by the project phase, whether it's in planning, design, procurement, construction, or whether the project is completed. You'll see it's arranged in essentially 4 different windows within the so the very left is the selectors in your filter. So that's how you select your project types and the planning phases. To the right of that has the total number of active projects. So you can see right there, if you look at the whole county, you've approved 696 projects that can be mapped. You know, so it's a tremendous number of projects. It's very exciting. And then below that is a project list. Next to that, you'll see the interactive map, as well as the legend for the map can be selected, and you can see what the various symbols are. And then to the right of that is overarching details for each project. It's not very specific, but it's the project. It's the information most people would want to know off the top of your head. What's the name of the project? What type of project is it? What's the phase of the project? The fiscal year it was approved.
Mr. Chairman, are we supposed to be seeing that on our screens remotely?
Yes.
I think so.
It's not showing up. I've got the entry spreadsheet, or not spreadsheet, title page, and nothing else is showing up.
Oh.
Of course, it might be my own problem.
Are any other oversight board members experiencing the same problem?
Same here. I'm not seeing anything but the initial slide.
Okay, so what we're going to have to do then is we're going to restart. We're going to take a break and make sure that the screen share on Zoom is actively working. Because I noticed there wasn't something up at the top, so why don't we just take a quick minute and try to figure out and move back so that you can really see what we're showing you.
But don't get off the phone. Stay on. We don't want to lose. We don't want to lose anyone.
No. It's right here. I can see what happened here. You see, you paused. We paused it. That's why. There you go. Move it there. Now, why are we still paused? Resume. Try. Resume. Oh, I know why. Okay. Hold on. There you are. No, we're good.
We lost the Chair Hooper for a moment, but could I just... Right, could I just ask the Oversight Board members if they're now seeing the actual dashboard?
I've changed it. It's changed the screens. It's now showing how to get started.
Perfect.
Select how you want to use the project dashboard.
Okay, well,
This is Frazier. I have it as well.
fantastic. Mr. Frazier, Mr. Allen, thank you. I'm going to ask if you all wouldn't mind just quickly showing the parts that the Oversight Board members didn't get to see, and then we'll keep going.
Sure, it'd be my pleasure. So the screen you're seeing right now, how to get started, this is our instructions tab. And as I mentioned previously before you could see it, we're using the storyboard setup for creating the instructions, so they're dynamic. And so you'll see when you first get started, it lets you choose how you're viewing the dashboard. So there's separate instructions for the desktop version versus the mobile version. So we'll go ahead and click desktop. And as you scroll down, you'll start to see the information about how to access the dashboard and the various functionality within the dashboard. And you'll see it's dynamic. As you scroll down, the imagery to the right changes and matches the text. This is an example here how to change the dashboard view, where you can see on the right, we're actually able to embed videos in the storyboard. So it's interactive and you can actually watch and see how the task is done in the instructions tab via video as opposed to just looking at text. And then we're just showing as you scroll down, you kind of get all the, it's very dynamic and you can see the various windows. When you get to the very bottom, we did provide a link and information on how to provide us feedback. We'll go over some of those questions and kind of the information we're looking to get from everyone. We are interested in the Oversight Board's feedback of this application as part of the soft launch. But then with that, the print function. Thank you, Ernesto. So the other thing I mentioned was that you could print this very easily. So if you didn't want to view it in that dynamic storyboard format, you could print it and you can print this directly. It prints beautifully, center justified and accessible. It's readable, and you can export it to PDF and just have a packet that has the instructions in it if you want to reference it separately. So that's also available. All right, so with that, I'll go into the actual project overview. So this is the first tab, and we feel that this first tab that has the Surtax funded projects overview is going to be a tab probably most used by folks that look at high level, the county-wide improvements for Surtax. Folks who are either on the Oversight Board, possibly folks in private sector, maybe nonprofit sector, where you want to try to see what is the whole program, or you want to isolate a particular type of Surtax project. So there's four panes in this dashboard. To the very left, you'll see you have the filters, so you can filter projects by the project type, as well as the various project phases. So you could isolate projects that are only in planning, design, procurement, construction, or completed. In the next over, you can kind of see that there's 696 projects that have been mapped from the 2019 approvals through the 5-year plan. You have the list of what those projects are. You have a map that has all the projects listed, as well as the legend to be able to identify what the symbology is in the map. And then to the right of that is the pane that has all the project details for each individual project. So that's kind of the general overview. We're going to do a little demo now. And so let's say you wanted to look at one particular type, and we'll choose mast arms. So when you look at this, from 2019 to 2025, there is 14 projects that have mast arms. And just so everyone knows, a mast arm is a way of creating more resilience for our traffic traffic control system and our signals, instead of having the signals out on span wire that can be knocked over easily with high winds. The mast arms are those big metal arms that you see that get installed at the at various intersections to strengthen the infrastructure. So there's 14 of these mast arms projects being constructed or planned or designed in the 2019 through 2025. You can see them on the map. You have the list of them to the left. And then on the right-hand side, you can see the project details. And one of the things I wanted to point out was as you click through them, you'll notice that the current phase of the project, where you see it's highlighted in yellow, is different for the various projects. So you can see that some of these projects are in planning phase, some of them are in design phase, some of them are in procurement, and some of them are even currently being constructed. So you have the ability to go ahead and select projects by those phases as well. So we can even add to this query. Let's say you wanted to only look at mast arm projects that were in design. We can go ahead and do that. We could click design and mast arms. So there's 6 projects. Sometimes you might have to zoom into the map a little bit to see all of them. It takes them a little bit to load, but you can see on there they are. So you can see on the list there's 6 mast arm projects that are in design. And then you could very easily then go in there, click on one of those mast arms. The map is going to zoom to the location of where that project is located, and you're going to also have the information for that project on the right. And then we have the ability to print out a 1-page handout on that individual project. So if you're interested in this project, you click link, and it's going to bring up this PDF that has all the general project information for that. So you have, this is a Copans Road mast arm. You have that this is project ID M101. It's currently in design, was funded in fiscal year 2020. It explains what the description is, the location, the amount of Surtax funding dedicated to this initiative. You get the map, and you get kind of the geographic area coverage at the bottom, which is what municipality is this project located in, what zip codes is this project located in, and which county commission districts is this project located in, as well as information on how to contact map admin if you have any questions on the particular project. And so we have these printouts available via PDF for every single project, almost 700 projects that are in the dashboard. So we think that folks will really like that. It's very user-friendly. The other ability we have is you could do a custom selection that has multiple types of projects. So let's say you were really interested in non-motorized transportation. You could click bike ped projects. Then you could add to it greenways. You could add to that lighting. You could add safety improvements and school zones. And you could see a map that has those projects. So you can see, looking at those non-motorized transportation investments by selecting by the project type, there's 153 of those types of investments. And then you could go through the list and be able to identify what those are. And you'll notice as you go through the list, on the very left, you'll see the symbology. And those symbols on the left match the symbol in the map. So that gives you the ability to relate what the project is over. You also have the ability to open the legend, but we wanted to go ahead and make that connection to the project list as well, so you'd be able to identify that information. Okay. The next tab is the Projects Near Me tab. We think that most members of the public will be most interested in this, because it's exactly what it sounds like. This is how do I locate projects that are near my home and in my neighborhood. So you'll see that this is a little bit of a different setup. The map is a lot larger. We want people to be able to see and identify the projects up close, so it's a little bit easier for folks to see. We wanted the map to take center stage here. You'll see the legend to the left, and then to the right, there's a pane that allows you to type in your address. So for the sake of the demo, we'll type in our current address here in Government Center, which is 115 South Andrews Avenue. We'll get it in there. This dashboard also has the ability to type in points of interest as well. So you could actually type in an actual, you could type in, for instance, Sawgrass Mills Mall, or you could type in Gulfstream Park, or you can do what Ernesto just did, and you can drop a pin anywhere on the map, and it's instantly going to give you the buffer distance from it. So there's really 3 different ways to be able to do the selection. So you can see in this example, he just dropped a pin, and you can go ahead and change the buffer distance. So it was set originally to 1 mile. Now you have 2 miles, and then now this is 5 miles. Or 5? Is it 5 or 4? sorry, I'm trying to see it small, 4 miles. So that's a 4-mile radius of the pin, and all the projects that intersect within that buffer. Sometimes you'll see portions of projects that look like they're outside the buffer. That's because they're part of a larger program of projects that's actually inside the buffer. So sometimes municipal projects, they packaged multiple bike lanes together in one project, or multiple sidewalk segments in one project. And so if it's captured in the buffer, what that means is there's at least one of those sidewalks within the buffer, and sometimes you'll see little pieces that move outside, which is why you'll see a couple things that go outside the buffer. But by and far, these are all the projects that are within the specified radius. And then the project list to the right is an order by proximity. So the projects on the very top of the list will be the projects closer to whatever location you specify, and then as you go down the list, you'll find other projects and their distance from the point. So we just clicked on one for an example. You can see that this is a street lighting project on Northwest 15th Avenue in Fort Lauderdale. It's a municipal project. It was approved for construction in fiscal year 2020, and you have the description, the location, the project limits, the maximum surtax not to exceed amount of funding, as well as the geographic area coverage. It's in Fort Lauderdale in zip code 33311 and in Commission District 9. And just like the first dashboard, you can click on the link for the project, and that will bring up the PDF on the project that provides you all the details on that project. So the same information I just read off that was in that right pane is in this PDF. So it's really easy. So you can click on a project, export that PDF, and bring it with you, and you have all the high-level details that you would need to explain where that project is and what the phase of that project is. Okay. Do we have the ability to click in, Ernesto, and put in an address or a point, or is there still issues?
The keyboard is not. No, it's not. It's not even allowing
Okay,
me to type.
that's all right. The pin was fine. Just know you can also go in there and you can type in an address, or you can type in a place name. The point of interest feature is really cool. So you can actually say you can type in Sawgrass Mills Mall, or you can type in Fort Lauderdale Beach. You can kind of be a little bit generic in terms of point of interest. You can type in a park name or a hospital or whatever happens to be a school, and it will find that location and do the buffer automatically. So you don't always need to necessarily know the address. The next tab is projects by municipality. We know our city partners will be very interested in this tab for sure, and probably also residents within cities. So this tab is going to look very familiar to the project overview tab. The only difference is instead of sorting or filtering projects by project type, this is sorting projects by municipality. So in this example, we went ahead and we selected the city of Hallandale Beach, and you can see that within Hallandale Beach there's 12 surtax projects approved, and we went ahead and we added the municipal boundary. If you go up to the top, Ernesto, we can show them that you can remove that if you want. So if you want to see the municipal boundary, you can toggle it on and off. But you can see within the city of Hallandale Beach, there are 12 surtax projects. And you can go ahead, you get the list right there. Again, the symbology matches the symbology on the map, so you can select projects. So if we were to select this particular project, this is the Hallandale Beach Corridor Pre-Design Project. This is one of the projects that was recently approved. And you'll see that this is funded for a 5-year plan expected in fiscal year 2023, and this is a planning project. You have the information that's in the tab, and then you'll see on the bottom, this is a multi-jurisdictional project. So when you see the bottom here for geographic area coverage, it will list all of the cities and all the zip codes that project is in. So you can see that this is a long corridor, and it has impacts in Hallandale Beach, Hollywood, Miramar, Pembroke Park, and West Park, and all the zip codes associated with it. And just like all the other projects I showed, you can very easily go click the link and be able to access the project information sheet for that particular surtax investment. Similar to the projects by municipality, we can do projects by commission district. This will be very useful for our county commissioners, especially, where they can go in there, and it works the same way as the city selector. They can go in, select their particular commission district, and it will instantly isolate the number of projects in that district. We can put the boundary around the district, and it works the same way as the select by municipality. And then last, we have our feedback tab. This is our survey for the soft launch. We really want to get a lot of feedback in the next 5 weeks or so on how their experience was with this interactive dashboard. This is working for them. We want to make this easy. It needs to be accessible. So You'll see we put together some questions. The first question is whether or not they've used an interactive dashboard in the past or not, because we want to be able to segment the responses from people who have actually used this technology before and people who might have, it's totally new to them. Because I want to make sure that this dashboard works for everyone, people who have that technical background and folks who don't. And then from there, it asks some questions about, were they able to locate the information for Surtax-funded projects that interest them? Could they locate projects by municipality or commission district or their neighborhood? How would they rate their experience? And then we go in from there. We ask them to rate the instructions tab and their general accessibility of the project. At the end, we provide a couple text boxes for them to provide details. If they want to see any other information in future versions of this dashboard, what would we want to add? And if there's anything that we could do to make the dashboard run smoother or run easier or more accessible in the future, we want to know. And we want to know how they view the dashboard, whether they did the desktop version or the mobile version, because there might be some differences in comments depending upon which version of the dashboard they utilized. And then last, we're just interested in seeing where our folks who are using the dashboard live. So we went ahead and put an optional in there for zip code just to see if we can map that out and see if we're getting a good geographic distribution of our beta testers for the Surtax dashboard. And with that, I'm available for any questions on either the overall concept for the publicly facing dashboard and or our approach.
Mr. Chairman, this is Ron Frazier. I have a general question.
Yes, sir. Go right ahead.
Overall, I think this dashboard is very good, very comprehensive, and gives you a lot of good feedback at different levels. My question deals with the other part of the Surtax, and that is the utilization of small businesses. I know there's another department that tracks that, but one of the things I would also like to know is who is getting the contracts, that is the design and construction firms that's related to each of these projects, and two, the level of small business participation in those contracts. So my question is, can that be integrated into this system?
Gretchen, you want to answer that, or Angela? Or does anyone want to answer?
Well, I mean, I think that we obviously want to hear from you, and if that's something that there's oversight board consensus about before we move into another phase of this, we would be willing to do that. I do think that it's probably two different issues. One being what projects are happening, and then the other being how is that 30 for 30 actually playing out programmatically. I think we had originally contemplated that that information would be available in two different places, one that would be managed more by the Office of Economic and Small Business Development. But again, we take our direction from you, and so if that's something that the Oversight Board has consensus about, then we'll look at ways that we might be able to have a separate tab that provides that information along the top.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, couldn't you do just like a tab that shows as you're moving forward and awarding projects? I mean, at the end of the day, the game plan is to give that 30, to achieve the 30%. But then once we start awarding projects, couldn't we even put a little notation or something that stands out that this particular project met the 30%? And then even, I mean, there's got to be a lot of ways where you can give that information out. So, is that?
Yeah, certainly. I think we could approach it both ways. I think you can. I like the idea of once the project has been let, if we can establish that it met the 30% goal, to be able to mark that or highlight it on the project fact sheet. That would be nice to be able to show it so that you can have that handout. That this project met the 30% goal. And then I also like the idea of having that separate tab to be able to provide information on the 30 for 30 initiative as well.
Mr. Frazier, would that be something, or if you want to make notes as we go along and make comments about it, I'm sure they'll take that constructively as well. But if that sounds like a good idea, let us know.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea, but I will send a letter in because I think it takes more than just a little discussion like this. I've been on a lot of monitoring boards and what have you, in which you have to follow all kinds of items. And what I don't want this board to do is at the 11th hour when things are almost done, then you start to look at the results of certain things. And I think because this dashboard is set up in such a very unique way, it's a matter of adding a tab because you know when a contract is awarded for design and you know when it's awarded for construction. So those are 2 points where you can identify the subcontractors, which you are not able to do, but I guess the other Office of Economic, I don't know the name of the department, what you can't track and what they have to track is as that project progresses, they can make a determination how well those contractors are in compliance with their contract. So I'm not asking this dashboard to do that, but this dashboard can show the results when a project is awarded and constructed because they have that data at that point in time.
And we absolutely intend to do that. So we will be doing monthly reports. We do them already at the Office of Economic and Small Business Development regarding progress towards assigned goals. We intend to be bringing you quarterly reports, not just on financial compliance and progress, but also on CBE progress on all of the Surtax-related projects. So exactly what Mr. Frazier mentioned, you don't get to the end of a project and find out that you have a problem, because that's not the way that program management and oversight should work. This particular dashboard was something that you all asked us to create to tell the story. This was supposed to be kind of the launch of our marketing efforts and the way of better communicating the impacts and the breadth of the surtax to the public. The dashboard that we have for the actual oversight board is the one that's really clunky and that we looked at and said, you know, this is just a little bit too onerous to ask the public to try to navigate it. And that's why Ernesto and Nick have done such an amazing job trying to create something that's much more nimble and what I would consider to be accessible and intuitive more than anything. But that really multi-layered and very complex dashboard that was initially created for the oversight board to be able to track this program over 30 years on a year-by-year basis, literally looking at meeting dates to know exactly what was considered, what was approved, what was not approved. That still exists, and it will always be available and utilized to report to you all.
And won't contractors look at this dashboard? Wouldn't a local contractor, if someone said, hey, you ought to check this out, there's a lot of work to be done here, wouldn't they be looking at, wouldn't that be one resource for them, or no? Would they go through some other list of, because I almost think, so there's people that are connected to government bids, you know, there's people that typically bid on city and county bids, proposals, but what we're trying to do here is start to attract small local businesses that may not otherwise know about this, correct? Okay, so is there an opportunity to put, I don't know, like, you know, like they have advertisement flags and stuff, you know, something like, say, we want you, we want you, local small businesses, you know, something like that. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, I have your answer.
Okay, great.
Hello, Oversight Board, Nicole, your Public Information Officer. I just wanted to supplement this already great presentation and bring to your attention the public engagement components of introducing this to the community. Right. First being, this will be one of 7 features on the November 19th Surtax media event, where they will be doing similar to what they're doing today with members of the press in various niches: development, transportation reporters, people who write about greenways, people who write for OESBD and business development. So that's one component. Next to that will be, we've had people throughout the years before me subscribe to Penny for Transportation asking for business updates and all sorts of updates like that. So this subscriber list is now, I'll call it more officiated. It's actually been populated. We're near 500 people.
Wow.
And so once this is at its hard launch date and we're comfortable with the general public using it, they'll receive notice that this is available and this is why they should use it. I'm missing a third. Third, more on a business-to-business scale. You saw the municipalities tab. We're going to have a day, thinking in spring, depending on COVID precautions, but it'll definitely be a full-day training for municipal PIOs. So the 30-some cities whom we work with or will work with, their PIOs will come to a Surtax training. They will learn about the program in general, and then we'll divvy down into their cities or their regions or their areas, teach them how projects are coming, timelines, have a little media section where we go over branding. By then we'll have our logos, co-branding, what our expectations are on social media. And this will be a good hour at least, where what we want to do is train the trainer and teach each PIO, not that we would want them to answer Surtax questions, but if it's easy enough and they get a caller from, one of their residents and it's a fairly simple call, they can come to the dashboard and help their resident or business owner with Surtax information.
That's fantastic.
Sure.
Did you get your questions answered there, Mr. Frazier? And I know there's more, but.
No, yes, I did. Yes, I did.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Are there other questions from the board members? Okay, well, I think this is fantastic. And, I originally thought that I wanted the more clunky one, but I kind of like this because it gives you a ton of information already. And so getting too much into the weeds would be something that guys like you and maybe some of the engineers would want to get into. But this is great. It gives a lot of information to the public. I'm sure you're right. The city commissioners and people in the municipalities are going to want to use it. I think it's fantastic, and it kind of brings everybody all under one roof, which is great. Do we have another question?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir. Mr. Allen.
Mr. Chairman? This is Phil.
Go ahead.
Hello? Yeah, I got cut off there for a minute. For some reason, I got muted out. Maybe it's because my talking too much. But the question is there the possibility to, let's say I am a investment bank in New York and I'm interested in moving to Broward County, but I want to see what kind of tax breaks are available. And once I do that, I also want to know what is the capital program or the Surtax program for projects near where I might want to relocate. How would somebody designate something like a enterprise zone, for instance, and zero in on that enterprise zone to see which projects that are going to impact that community over the next 5 years?
Sure. I think that could be added in an additional tab in the dashboard. So whether we do it in a storyboard type layout.
Would you do an overlay of where the enterprise zone is?
Absolutely.
And then
absolutely. I'm not sure if I would do
like you expand your pin or whatever it was called when you put the pin down on an area.
Precisely. But I think I'd probably put it in a separate tab. Again, so I don't want to overwhelm the public with too much information on one tab, because then it has too many bells and whistles for my mom to understand. So,
although I agree, but somebody like the Broward Economic Development Board or a local realtor who has been contacted by somebody wanting to relocate a business, and they also want federal tax breaks or state or local tax breaks, and they all want to see what kind of investment the community is putting into a certain area.
Sure.
That would also qualify for tax breaks or something like that.
I think we can absolutely add a tab that would have that functionality in it.
Okay, I had mentioned something to Gretchen in the briefing about maybe trying to reach out to people like the Economic Development Board or the Board of Realtors and put that into their toolbox.
That's interesting. That you say that, because for instance, what's the one, Swindell? The Alliance. You know,
right.
It's almost like it should be them. They should contract you guys on the side to build a website that takes, you know, those enterprise zones, opportunity zones, CRAs, whatever it is that's in an area, takes your map with all the infrastructure projects and all the transportation maybe goes to the school board and sees what schools are being built, and, you know, because that's actually a good idea. If I was a business coming into town, if I could have a one-stop website that interacts with all the others. Yeah, so it's definitely a good recommendation, Phil. Do we have any other questions? Okay, hearing none. Great job, guys, really. Fantastic. So when do we start getting on it? When can we get it?
You'll get an email shortly that will have the links, and you can go ahead and start using it. And we would love to get your feedback on that feedback tab and fill out the survey for us.
Okay, that sounds good. So everybody get on the website, start trying to drive it around like a new car, and then call your service department and complain to them with anything that's wrong with the car.
That's right.
And they're going to make it a better car. It'll be the next year's model.
That's right.
Okay. Anything else? Sure. Go for it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to remind all of the Oversight Board members that the next meeting and our last it's really a retreat, our last gathering together will be on November 19th in the afternoon, that morning is going to be the media showcase event for the Surtax. You'll be getting information about that relatively soon. And one of the things that Angela and I mentioned to all of you during your briefings is that in 2 days, the ability for us to meet virtually and have a quorum, for virtual attendance to constitute a quorum, it will expire. And so we don't have to take any actual action on the 19th right now. It doesn't appear that there will be any items that need special attention, although I will keep the chair informed. But I did just want to put on the record that unless something were to occur or another executive order were to be given by the governor, we will have to have 5 people present, physically present, in order to conduct business, and then 4 people could virtually participate. For the time being, I'm going to be recommending to the board that we continue meeting in this facility, particularly because of the partitions and the ability for us to at least accommodate virtual participation and presentations for a little while longer. And I just wanted to make sure that there was some level of consensus from the board members about that.
So I'll put on my ski outfit for the next meeting. I know. Well, the next time I'm doing it because I put on a jacket. Yes, go ahead,
Gretchen,
Phil.
was the intent to do the retreat at the government center or out at the port where the display is going to be?
We will do the retreat in the governmental center in Chambers, and I would also, as I just mentioned, recommend that we do our January meeting also in the commission chambers.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Is there any other business? Do any other board members want to bring up any new business? Okay. All right. Well, thank you, everybody. That was a good meeting. And we will see you on November 19th. Thank you, everybody. Bye-bye.
See you on the 19th. Bye.